All right, we're a few minutes early, but Jay is sending the Cooter DeVille will be arriving soon. So buckle up. You can open your legs here. You can stretch the legs out for anybody that's new here. We are going to continue what we were reviewing last night. And we might throw BJ in at the end. So tonight we're going to start out, or today, it's not even noon yet. We will start off with Lauren. And even if you're over the Lauren stuff, I know I've seen a lot of you say, I just can't do the Lauren stuff. I understand. But this one, you should be able to do because the laughs, but you have to be able to, well, you can listen, of course, but you're going to need, it's a learning exercise. We're going to be learning together because you're going to have to watch 3 facial expressions at once. And there's a lot going on in this. So let's go ahead and get going. Hey, everybody coming in. Thank you for sending people over, Jay. Please make sure if you are not subbed up to Everyday with Jay is for Justice. Those are her 2 channels. I'm sure the mods will drop her links in a minute. And then they'll drop other links, I'm sure, throughout. So sub up to those people. Make sure you give her a like. Jay keeps us giggling. She makes things really lighthearted, and it's nice to have a giggle with Jay in the morning. So here we go. How is everybody? Hank, I didn't ask you. Jay cracks me up. That is one thing. I laugh so hard when she gets the giggles. I laugh with her. All right, so we're going to start off with Hank talking. Hank's got to talk right quick. He's got to get it out. I got the whiteboard set up in my office ready to go, so tomorrow we'll probably be using the whiteboard. I swear, there's just too much out here going on to keep up with everything. Hey, Mocking. Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, up to good. Hank, they're in here, buddy. I'm not really saying hi to people. This puppy is... Yep, you see? He's talking to you guys. Hold on. Hank, come here. They're over here. They're right here, buddy. They're right here. No, they're in here, buddy. Bud, come here. They're right here. Your friends are right here. They're in this computer. He's like, yeah, no. That's not really who she's saying hi to. By the way, if you are new here, that is, I don't even know. He is a 9-month-old puppy. That's what he is. We have no idea what he is. Okay, let's go. So we are going to, this is funny. It's not as serious. So if you're ready for some laughs, let's have some laughs. I mean, the whole situation of her calling somebody a stalker is very serious, so I'm not trying to be dismissive of that. But the shit show is really present. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a layout.
On July...
This is Hidden True Crime, Lauren, from her 9-hour stream.
29th, we did that one. Thank goodness, because we got to hurry. On August 13th, my stalker posted screenshots of
August 13th.
Our correspondence from April. Already told you guys about this correspondence. Nothing's wrong with it. On August 13th, my stalker posted screenshots of our correspondence from April in which I clearly stated I felt threatened.
So her alleged stalker, she's talking about Christina. she's not a stalker. There's nothing to prove that she has stalked Lauren in any way, shape, or form. But on August 13th, she is stating that Christina posted a screenshot of their text communication. And in that screenshot, Lauren was saying she felt threatened. Well, interestingly enough, on the 13th of August, Lauren made a guest appearance on a show. Earth, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the Cabana. If you were gifted a membership, please make sure you thank Earth. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got
The Real Kells, thank you for being a member for 11 months. Alyssa, thank you for being a member for 18 months. Missy, thank you for being a member for 13 months. Quinny, a member for 6 months. Alma, just dropping to share some love. I'll be in the bushes. You still are stuck with the Alma. Thank you. How much longer do you have the name? Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Cabana.
If you got the money, honey, I've got the time.
I really need to redo my buttons. I really need to redo quite a few things, but here we are. Here we are. We get through it one way or another. Oh, and here's a good intro for anybody that doesn't know. Welcome to the Shit Show. This is courtesy of the beautiful Duchess.
Welcome to the shit show. Every single day, a new flavor of fuckery. Cause everybody's such, you see, and they're dumber than a bag of.
It's awfully fitting for Lauren, BJ, Bullhorn. I'll insert all the names. Hope for Snoopy, thank you for being a member for 33 months. Woof woof Hank from Aussie. He's over here. Oh yeah, this dog, I tell you what. Rough life for the Hank. Such a rough life. He's got his toys everywhere. All right, let's go. So August 13th is the date she just mentioned. Well, guess what? On August 13th, here's the date. She happened to be here. But what you're going to pay attention to is what is said. And then we'll get into their facial expressions.
Hi, everybody. Radio Free Mormon here with Bill Reel on Mormonism Live. It is Wednesday evening, August 13th, 2025. And at this point in time, I fully expected to be introducing to you Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime. And she'd come on the show. We talked about her career and her exploits. Unfortunately, it looks like that's not going to happen. 1/2 hour ago, I received a phone call from Lauren's producer.
So a half hour before the show was supposed to start, Grayson reached out to RFM.
And without going into specifics, Lauren was called away on an emergency.
She was called away on an emergency, according to her producer. Okay. You might think, Becky, what is this? Just wait.
It certainly was not voluntary on her part in any way. And the producer said that they would try and get back maybe half an hour into the show. I said, look, you just take care of business. We'll be fine. And I think it's unlikely, but I put it out there because if it happens, then it'll be great. But just want to let you know that. But that's the bad news. What's the good news, Bill?
So she said, according to Grayson, that she had an emergency. Well. Looky here. Who pops up? Well, wouldn't you know? Lauren, about half hour in to the show.
Not with Lauren in the green room.
That's just ridiculous. The travel to waters and safety. Talking about traveling and safety. Hopefully, Lauren, you're doing good. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, glad to be here. I apologize. I would have been here a little bit earlier.
I'm just, in Lauren's words, setting the stage once again.
The wrong link. You guys sent me the wrong link for an ending. And then I finally came to chat and I saw that you guys shared it. So I jumped on.
Oh, look at that.
What? How is her story so much different? Absolutely, I can. How is her story so different? How does that make sense? According to RFM, she had a family emergency. According to Lauren, she got sent the wrong link. Let's hear that again.
Hi, everybody. Radio Free Mormon here with Bill Reel on Mormonism Live. It is Wednesday evening, August 13th, 2025. And at this point in time, I fully expected to be introducing to you Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime. and she'd come on the show. We talked about her career and her exploits. Unfortunately,
Oh, we're going to talk about her exploits. Don't you worry, RFM.
it looks like that's not going to happen. 1/2 hour ago, I received a phone call from Lauren's producer, and without going into specifics, Lauren was called away on an emergency.
Was it an emergency because Christina had posted a screenshot of a text message? Was that the emergency?
It certainly was not voluntary on her part in any way. And the producer said that they would try and get back maybe half an hour into the show. I said, look, you just take care of business. We'll be fine. And I think it's unlikely, but I put it out there because if it happens.
Huh. Well, what happened here then?
Not with Lauren in the green room.
That's just ridiculous. The travel the waters and safety. Talking about traveling and safety. Hopefully, Lauren, you're doing good. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, glad to be here. I apologize. I would have been here a little bit earlier. I got the wrong link. You guys sent me the wrong link for an ending. And then I finally came to chat and I saw that you guys shared it. So I jumped on.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's so good. I'm glad you did. I blame Bill, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, I'm a troubleshooter. So it's okay. I got to figure it out.
Well, I didn't say any details about what happened. Okay, so
He didn't say any details about what had happened. He just said that you had an emergency. She comes in there saying something about a link.
just so you know, okay. I
Thank
expressed
you.
doubt that you'd be able to be here.
Yeah,
Before
I'm
the
glad
show.
too. That was
Really looks like there was an emergency, doesn't it?
thank you. I apologize that I'm late. Yes, but I did have there was a little bit of an emergency. Everything should be good to go.
Well, that is so great. Now, I tell you what, here's what I'm going to do. We were in a different slideshow, so I'm going to go to the important slideshow now. Let me see here.
So anybody that doesn't know, this is Radio Free Mormon. This gentleman here, Mormon Discussion Incorporated is his channel. Should be linked in the description of this video too. Him and Bill talk about all sorts of topics around the Mormon church. They are ex-LDS. They are very interesting with the discussions that they have. But I personally believe that Lauren just decided to do all these shows in the midst of the most threatening time of her life while she was being stalked as kind of a distraction. She did not promote this one during her 9-hour video, but she did absolutely promote the one on Mormon Stories podcast.
And if you were
The facial expressions throughout this are wild.
not here yet, and if we were doing this cold open, this is what we would be doing. So let me see, share screen.
About 30 minutes, Lindsay. It was right about 30 minutes. So he opens up with that in the first minute, and we're at 31
And
within 30 minutes.
hopefully,
It'll process in a second and come up. There we are.
will it really?
There, yeah, you got it there.
Okay, so if I do, don't hurt me. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, drum roll, please.
Oh, sorry, I was
Oh,
clicking.
did
Go ahead. You're good.
Okay. Lauren, we're so glad you're here. All of a sudden, the number of people viewing is increasing.
Oh, is it? I
Yeah, I've
can't
been
see the number,
thinking
by
for
the
about
way.
the last
I
30 minutes, I got to say, after I said you're not going to be here tonight. Lauren Matthias, Hidden True Crime, is going to be with us tonight. This would be the cold open. And then I would say something like, Lauren Matthias has worked as a reporter and anchor for ABC, NBC, and Fox News in East Idaho, Boise, Idaho, and Salt Lake City, Utah. She spent a decade reporting on a diverse range of topics, from high-profile crimes to presidential visits. Most recently, she reported for Salt Lake City's ABC affiliate, News 4 Utah in southern Utah. In 2015, she received the Idaho State Broadcasters Association Best Reporter Award in addition.
That makes me, I'm really curious. In fact, I'm going to look after this later this afternoon when I have more time. I want to look into what she has ever said about why she left mainstream media and her reporting career
To receiving the
to become a YouTuber. It seems to me she was doing really well if she was receiving awards and stuff 10 years later and she's a YouTuber now.
Best Report of the Year in 2015, based upon a short documentary she did on LGBTQ rights. She left the reporting world to stay home with her son and to produce and edit the Hidden True Crime podcast and Hidden True Crime YouTube channel. She is also the author of the book, Escaping Emotional Abuse. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Mormonism Live, Lauren Matthias.
He gives a great introduction for all of his guests. Kramit, thank you for being a member for 4 months. I find this to be very interesting, though. Like, what the heck?
Hi, that was such a kind opening. That was such a kind, thank you.
I'm glad I got to use it.
We left off about 12 minutes ahead of this last night, but I'll just play through those 12 minutes so everybody knows exactly what she said, because she says some interesting things in this. It's cringeworthy.
Me too.
Somebody's already
Me too.
saying that you're the
And if you watch the Mormon Stories podcast with us, the interview on there, the mannerisms that they're completely different in this interview from the Mormon Stories podcast, like completely different person.
best.
Oh, thank you. You're the best, Susie Catherine.
Well, I know that you do
Aw.
Hidden True Crime podcast, and I don't think you need a whole lot of introduction. But can you tell me something?
Probably.
Why
Anything.
Hidden True Crime?
Gross.
Why the name?
Why the name? That was like we didn't have much of a business plan, but we did have that down. That was the only
From all she did. Yep. In this whole situation. So June kind of starts the timeline of the amp up. June 9th is when the Proton email gets out. June 19th is when she calls and makes the police report because Grayson had talked to another creator who had said something was going to go viral and people wanted her head on a platter. So she makes the police report June 19th. And then July, TikToks start popping out. She goes on Mormon Stories podcast, does the interview with them on July 2nd. It airs the 14th of July. And then here she is, August 13th on this live broadcast.
thing we had down when we started. So I'm glad you asked. Hidden True Crime, we wanted to delve into the hidden motives.
I kind of figured.
We call of crime. We call the average, the more the non-hidden motives, we call them the Dateline 2020 motives. That's usually like money, sex, power, things like that, lust. And then there are the hidden motives of the crimes that aren't as often talked about. What made a criminal go down this path? What was his upbringing like, or her? A lot of female criminals we cover. What is it that created this environment for someone to do such a evil act? And we don't necessarily believe that the person is evil, but the act, what creates the criminal? Is there attachment? Is there something in their upbringing? The psychological motives, I guess you could say.
I'm sorry. I find it kind of disgusting when you look at her website. Let me show you. Right here at the bottom, they made sure to get on her website this little YouTube video here. I have a stalker. She's super proud, had to make sure it was even on her website.
So the
She's taken her defamation to every platform she's got.
hidden motives.
Would you say
lies
that's what
hidden?
I'm sorry, I was going to ask if you think that's what makes your podcast different from the other true crime podcasts. There are a number out there, aren't there?
There are a number out there. And yes, I do believe it's what makes our podcast really different. And we're proud of that. I think that there are a lot of podcasts that are important podcasts that talk about crime, but we try to delve deeper and further to understand.
Okay, so you're going to hear a lot of word salad. That is one thing we noticed right off the bat is they asked very direct, simple questions. Nothing that needs, but the way she explains everything is a buffet of word salad.
As my husband, John, who's a criminal psychologist, says, a better understanding of crime
Dr. Babe.
is a better understanding of ourselves. So there's actually oftentimes
I like how she slides that in there all the time, though. She relies so heavily on his credentials.
self-reflection that happens in our podcast. How can we better the world? How can we better ourselves? How can we stop these type of things from happening? What are the warning signs? So a lot of people will also say, gosh, I didn't know I could listen
God,
to a story about crime, but yet come away inspired. But we
Oh no.
try to uplift and bring purpose to the discussion of crime and criminals.
Oh my
Do you
God.
think that crime, especially
Indeed.
violent crime in the United States, is going up dramatically?
Yeah, but I mean, dramatically, I was about to say yes, but dramatically, here's the thing about crime, and this is why I think it's important to talk about. Crime has been here since the beginning of time. As long as humans have existed, so has crime. Some of the first stories in the Bible are crime. So,
Oh my God, this guy's a clown. I'm sorry, this guy's a freaking clown. I don't know shit about this guy much at all, so don't come for me. But
attorneys now, I have 4 attorneys now. We're not taking this lightly.
I have 4 attorneys, and I filed in the state that the attorneys are in because the state I live in, I don't have access to my brother and his attorneys, so I had to file in Utah so I can say I have all these attorneys. Come on now.
So this is in reply.
You'll see what they're talking about here in a minute. This is from Turtle Boy today.
In support of request for civil stalking.
Did she just say she has 4 attorneys?
Oh my God. Oh no, he did not. Why do I review everybody that has bad brows?
Is that what she just said?
And I have a brow issue.
This is a really serious issue. I'm really mad. I'm really
Oh no. No.
mad.
Okay, ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is my response, written by one of my attorneys.
Okay. All right. He did. You guys are right. He did. There's the brows.
So this idea that
no.
crime goes up dramatically. Yeah, crime does go up.
Oh my God.
But I think to acknowledge that crime affects so many, I think sometimes that's the other thing too. Some people say, oh, I don't like crime. I stay away from crime, as in it doesn't affect them, but crime affects everyone. And so often the families we cover.
Just look at her in this one though, compared to this one. Like, look at
once again showing
the facial expressions. If you watch this 9 hours, the dark Zoolander-esque stares into the camera are so different than when she was on Radio Free Mormon.
That are victims or survivors of crime.
Her brows are softer. Everything.
They didn't ever expect this to happen in their lives or in their families. And one thing that we also, every time there's a crime or a mystery evolving an investigation, people will say, well, the news is lying because it's not my neighbor. There's no way. And then it ends up being their neighbor. The evidence shows that actually, no, this person you thought you knew, you didn't. Chad Dable's a great example of that. Everyone, defended him throughout, until children.
She can't even answer a question about her own life without talking about Valo or Daybell. It's really weird.
Were found in his yard. So
we were listening to her be asked last night when we were reviewing the streams that she was doing on Mormon Stories podcast. She was asked if she's still LDS, and she uses things about Lori Daybell and Chad, or Lori and Chad Daybell, Valo fuckers, to answer. It's became part of her identity.
So I know that was a roundabout way to answer your question, whether or not crime is drastically increasing. There are times in history where crime is higher, and there are times when crime is lower and we feel safer. And I think that hate crime.
In other words, she doesn't have a clue what the true crime stats are. She don't really care. She fearmongers. Endless Blooms, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
Crimes are increasing right now. I think that's certainly happening. Crimes against people that are being dehumanized is happening. But crime in general, I think we have to be really honest and say it's as long as humans will be here, crime will be here.
So it is going up.
I mean, as the
fucking facial expressions of these guys.
Population rises, I guess it is. But I would say hate crimes against people and dehumanizing. Yeah. So
Okay,
there you go. Yeah.
All right. But how about Mormon crime?
that's been
Look at Bill's eyes.
an interesting aspect. We did not set out on our podcast
Oh my God.
to talk about so many LDS connected crimes. That was not, we might have had our name solidified, we did not think that a lot of our angle would be covering Mormons, because I didn't
Oh, I appreciate it.
suspect that so many LDS people would be creating content, as I say.
I don't know.
But it has been shocking for me
Right.
to see how many LDS people have committed crime in the last 5 years. So that, that's been interesting. And I've learned a lot.
What do you attribute that to?
So
Her answers are so odd. Again, don't let this slip your mind that this is in the space of her being afraid for her life.
I have something to say. I'm choosing my words wisely here. I do attribute it to something. Not for every crime. So I'm trying to decide how to I'm live. So let me try to be careful here.
I can't edit out my slip ups.
Not every crime. So I'm talking in generalization. But one thing that I've noticed with a lot of the LDS centered crimes is a lot of them can be equated to a similar thing that creates terrorism. And terrorism is essentially a combination of politics and religion combining, a strong belief in something as well.
Hetty, are you asking me? Is that towards me, or who are you asking that of? I'm not as interested. I'm interested in what Lauren is doing because, again, I started my channel due to creators that claim they're true crime who become the problems, who weaponize our court systems, who replace the victims. I wasn't that invested in the Daybell Vallow stuff in any way, shape, or form. So I wasn't even as interested in that. I knew it was horrible. I follow more of the stuff around religion. Yeah, probably because of my upbringing and my connection. But that's not why I'm following this stuff with Lauren. Lauren used her platform of over 320,000 subs to call somebody a stalker repeatedly, wasted court time when she herself does the same things to victims, just polished a different way. That's it. That's all. This is what I talk about. This is what I've always talked about is creators who call themselves true crime, who misinform, misrepresent, become the victims, weaponize our courthouse, all of the things, whatever you can imagine. But it has nothing to do with my upbringing. This was just the natural, here we are.
Less strong political beliefs.
I didn't follow the Vallow Daybell stuff as closely. I follow a lot of random stuff around the religious space and cults in general, though.
And I will use Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrandt as an example of that.
I
and
do. I
Chad
talk a lot about
Daybell
cults.
and Lori Vallow as an example of that. There are strong, extreme political beliefs and strong, extreme religious beliefs.
Mhm.
And together those collided in both of those cases.
Yeah, I wasn't super invested in it. I didn't even end up going. I saw the writing on the wall. Like, you could see all the people outside. It was local here for me. I thought about going down and watching how it all went, but I get the ick from all of these people that have the cameras shoved in everybody's faces or go to like latch on to victims. That's weird to me. So I didn't even go at all.
In other cases, like James Craig that I just covered, that's the LDS dentist in Colorado who shockingly
Poisoned his wife by degrees.
just the most evil, just one of the most evil acts of murdering his wife of 23 years, the mother to his 6 children. And he was Elders Quorum president. He and a dentist. I don't equate that to terrorism, but I do equate that to
Yes, Kathy.
just that one, I would say vanity and likely a personality disorder. These are the hidden motives and just like a psychopath, a psychopathy. And I think that it's easy for people to get swept up in those things too, likely because of the
When she was good, I've actually wondered that myself, because in the LDS spaces, so again, please understand that we do talk about the religion side of things over here, because it's very relevant to this. Lauren is still currently LDS, and her alleged stalker is still LDS, or is LDS. Again, Christina is her name. But I think that this was probably going around the rumor mill. Those Utah Mormon circles, even though Lauren doesn't live there anymore, she did, and she's still very connected. I think this was likely brewing amongst their circles, and there's a lot of competition within that LDS Utah segment. There's a lot of competition within those influencer creator spaces. So absolutely. Yep, I think this PR tour could have been, or can be seen as, her trying to keep a foothold into the ex-Mormon side, or the never ends, and the current LDS too.
internet. He was a serial cheater. He fantasized about a different life and being understood, and
He
that
is
was made
Mormon.
more easy, of course,
Mhm.
for him through the
He's
internet.
LDS.
But
Yes.
so that is one thing, though, that I think I have seen in a lot of crimes. And when I brought up the increase in hate crimes, I think there's an element of terrorism, and that
People don't, if you don't understand what it's like to be a Mormon woman in Utah, it is a completely different ballgame than being Mormon in another state. The upbringing, the culture, the pursuit of perfectionism, they exist on a level that does not really exist in other states. It is a very distinct thing to Utah, and it is absolutely true and real. The competition within those spaces is cutthroat.
also are those that are LDS
Oh my God.
are not immune. to
No,
that.
she is. Hold on, you guys.
You said that you, from your coverage of the Mormon related murders, and before I get to that, I'm going to finish the question, then I'll come back to it. Okay. You said, I've learned a lot. And then I went off on this specific thing. I want to come back to the I've learned a lot thing. But first, it came as
Let her answer your question here. This is from July 16th.
that's a good place to be. So I think, I am where am I? What is my Mormon story? I am Mormon, and I'm actually a proud Mormon. I'm proud to be LDS. This is my heritage. I just can't wake up tomorrow and not be Mormon. It's an identity. It's a culture. It's something that has been really good in my life.
I don't know how she said all this, because the first couple of hours of her Mormon story was how she was isolated and picked on and never thought she was good enough, and so on and so forth.
So, I mean, I don't know what the future looks like.
Yeah, she's Mormon. There you go.
a modest surprise to me that you yourself are Mormon, that you're a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of
Oh, I forgot she confirms it right here too.
Latter-day Saints. And I suppose the only reason it came as a surprise is that you craft your reporting such that you don't talk about that very much. You don't lead with that. Is that right?
I've heard it's very competitive here in Arizona too. I live miles from the temple, but I'm not as connected to the LDS as I was in Utah. In Utah, Kyle and I immersed ourselves in the culture and learned so much. We went to general conference. We did a lot. It was really a great learning experience. But here in Arizona, we've kind of stepped away from it some. But I've heard a lot of rumors within the influencer world here too. So Charles Vallow's house was or is 8 minutes from my house. There's the Emily. I don't know if you guys know about her. She is Mormon too. The one that had the little boy that drowned. She's 10 minutes from me. I'm within they're all around me. And most of them are Mormon influencers.
That's right. I will share about when I'm discussing LDS crimes or an LDS specific theme
They're all right here.
to an LDS crime, because not every, James Craig didn't kill his wife because of his belief system. We can talk about LDS culture all we want when it comes to that crime, but it wasn't a belief system like, let's say, Lori and Chad Daybell or Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt as much, right? So when we're talking about these elements of belief when it comes to the LDS faith, I will always be honest and share my LDS background. Because I think that's fair, because people want to know how I know something, or maybe I should talk to an expert. And I'm like,
No, they didn't personally hurt me, Kathleen. They hurt society, their belief systems. I'm sorry, I will never be okay with the doctrine of the LDS religion. Now, like I say all the time, that is just one belief system. Mormons that I know, a lot of them are great people. Good people are good people, no matter what their belief systems are. However, the doctrine of the Mormon church is very harmful. Joseph Smith, sorry, I don't know how anybody can overlook that. Multiple wives, underage. Again, these are a lot of fringe offshoot groups, though, from the typical mainstream LDS religion that people get involved in, like the Daybell Valo. That's a fringe. They have adapted the Mormon doctrine to fit whatever they want, just like Ballard. I find it to be a multi-billion-dollar business and uses the freedom of religion protections for a lot of misdoings.
well, and so I'll share that because I think it's a fair journalistic thing to say, but I will say that I
did not grow up Mormon, Kathleen. I grew up in another extremist Christian nationalist religion, and very very cult-esque. Yeah, so I have religious trauma from another group, not this one, but that's what piqued my interest into religion. I'm super interested in LDS, Scientology, all of it.
grew up LDS, or I have an LDS background, or this is something I understand. I am a returned missionary. I served in Kirtland. And then I also, not only did I serve in Kirtland, which is a big part of LDS history, and I studied a lot of the LDS history there.
So this is Bill Reel on the bottom and Radio Free Mormon. They are ex-Mormons. They actually cover a lot of very interesting topics within the Mormon church or outside of the Mormon church. They're very interesting to listen to if you like the religious content or cult content.
Then I also was a reporter in Colorado City and Hilldale, where Warren Jeffs lived, and I have many FLDS friends. So I do have a wide range of, but that's as far as I go.
I appreciate you saying that, Kathleen. And I don't hate all religions. Again, I think it's a personal decision between you and whatever you choose to believe in. I think a lot of bad people use religion to turn it on and off when they need a distraction. And I see a lot of faith manipulation from Lauren, just like we do with BJ. People use it to cover their wrongdoings or to silence their opposition or criticism because, oh, how dare you disrespect it? No, I mock them, not their belief. Like, they have the right to believe in whatever they want, but I have the right to point out that it's crazy and harmful to people too.
Have an agenda when it comes to
here's the agenda part.
Convincing people whether the LDS church is good or bad. And I get a lot of angry listeners writing reviews, and some people say I'm too hard on the LDS church. I'm hurting the LDS church, and they're disgusted with me, and and I'm an ex-LDS member, and I'm trying to hurt the church. And then other people will share that I'm not being hard enough on the church, and that I'm an apologist, and that sometimes those reviews will come within 24 hours of each other. So at that moment, I think, maybe I'm doing a good job being neutral when I get those reviews, because I actually genuinely want to have a safe space where those that are LDS and those that are ex-LDS,
a safe space,
because I respect both groups so much that they can listen and know that I don't have an agenda. We're there to talk about.
This is where I struggle, because you can't stand against something and the harm that is being done and recognize the harm that is being done by people within the church and then still be proud to be like, I don't get that. I'll struggle with that.
Crime, the elements of crime, and the hidden motives, wherever that leads. And what I do believe in is evidence, and we will follow that evidence wherever it goes.
There is a lot of you in the chat that are ex-Mormon who have struggled to get your names removed from the records. And a lot of times it does take attorneys to get your names out of the records and all of your information. And then when people find out what all they've stored on them, it's scary as shit too.
I like it or not as someone that is LDS. So if that evidence is,
Yeah, I don't
abuse in the LDS church and up to the LDS hierarchy, we're going there.
Thank you.
So I follow the evidence.
Lauren, when
That's
was
my
it-
agenda.
Oh, excuse me. When was the time that you most
Mhm.
had that experience of following the evidence in spite of the fact you didn't like where it was leading?
So someone mentioned my Mormon Stories interview, and I talk a little bit about that in the second part of the interview, but let's talk about it here. I think that the abuse that I've been seeing in the LDS church has made me very sad and uncomfortable. I put my emotions aside when reporting on it, but here we are. This is a channel where I can talk about that. People often wonder how it affects me. It certainly affects me. I don't show that.
It's like she has perfected this personality that she thinks panders to both groups to play it safe.
Again, my agenda is evidence.
Her agenda is evidence. Well, is that so? Because you got on this app here, this free app, and used the term stalk 440 times and didn't provide evidence. Was this part of your agenda to find evidence, doing all these shows?
And
Was this building up your narrative?
I think when I said I've learned a lot, we'll combine your other question. What have I learned? I did not know before I started reporting on Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. I didn't know about the prepping community. I didn't know.
I swear that I will say it over and over again. You will hear me say it repeatedly. There are two groups. A lot of my really good friends still in real life, like my real friends, not internet friends, are LDS, but they're what we consider Jack Mormons. They don't follow the doctrine. They still attend church occasionally on Sundays, and they grew up Mormon, most of them. But they are absolutely can recognize like the harm and stuff. They just haven't gone through all of the disconnection and stuff, most of them. But good people are good people. A lot of them just don't want to go through the disconnection of losing their families because it's real. It's really real. But there are two spaces within this. They are either the best people who really believe in service and community and just doing good things. Yeah, they might have some crazy beliefs on like heaven or the three kingdoms or whatever. They might be believe in baptizing the dead, but they're either nice as hell and will do anything for you, or they're assholes and they're completely snobby, snooty, nose in the air, think they're better than everybody else. Those are the two spaces. There's not much in between. And a lot of that is the culture.
About Julie Rowe. I didn't know about the energy healing that was happening with a big LDS slant. I didn't know about this website called A Vow.
Sunday.
I didn't know about Chad Daybell's books. I didn't know this stuff.
Tom Harrison's book.
I didn't know about Tom Harrison's book, Visions of Glory. I didn't know about these conferences, which I've now attended in full for days because, like I said, I follow the evidence. And when I feel like I need to learn something, I'm going to go learn it. So I spent 3 days at a Firm Expo conference.
Firm Expo. Now, what is
Pardon?
that? What is Firm Expo?
So the Firm Expo, Rod Meldrum runs that. He used to be friends with Mike and Nancy James, and Mike and Nancy James.
This is kind of shocking to me because this is that extremist fringe group that she's talking about.
Ran the Preparing a People conference. Preparing a People conference is now rebranded since Chad Daybell. They're now LDS Media. I'm sure you've heard of them. So LDS Media is actually technically Preparing a People, and that is where Chad Daybell got his platform and would preach and teach. Rod Meldrum was a big part of that. Tim Ballard was a big part of that.
And talk about Crash Out Central. Gotta find time to throw that in there because you want to see an epic crash out. Tim Ballard is gonna expose the church. I'm here for it.
Hannah Stoddard, the Joseph Smith Foundation, is a big part of that. Like the things I've learned when you say I did not know I knew more about maybe LDS history and polygamy than I knew about some of the more extreme beliefs. I'm gonna say what it is: extreme beliefs in the LDS faith happening right now, and that's been startling to me. And what I've uncovered and continue to uncover is how widespread these beliefs are, and in the LDS church, like not just like, you know, people want to say this is different. No,
Radicals exist in every space.
this is the LDS faith, and how it's spreading and how far spread it is. And literally Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke, like I was saying this and I was screaming, and then Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke happened, and it's like an exact copycat crime. Like it's a copycat to Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. Like those children are lucky to be alive. And, you know, it's happening again and again, you know, and it's going to happen again. And the abuse that is happening, and the idea that children can be evil and be zombies, and that this second coming is on its way, and these are the gatherers, and there's going to be a call out. You know, that was, you know, this Avow website is a big part of this, spreading these beliefs. And you've got, I mean,
How can she say all this and still be like, yeah, I'm a proud member?
like honestly, my backstory. So I'm saying all this and I'm all over the place, but my backstory, I spent a very, very long time, weeks, months on a backstory for Chad and Lori Daybell that I actually hope that those are LDS listen, because I evolved the entire story around this belief system, because I feel like when Dateline or 2020 or when people are covering the story, that's not what they do. And it was so important for me to wrap this entire story around, no, the reason this has happened, not once now, but twice, is because of this belief system. And here are all the players, you know, from Mike Stroud to Tom Harrison to Chad Daybell to Tim Ballard to, I mean, this is spreading and this is big. And it's, yeah, these people aren't all murdering that are attending the Firm Expo. In fact, I met some wonderful people that I now consider friends that had booths there, you know, and they shared, you know, but this is a very slippery slope. And I would say the one thing that they all have in common, because there's actually quite a variety of beliefs out there, but the one
You think?
thing that's in common, I would say, is actually extreme. And when I say extreme, I mean extreme. I'm not getting political here, but extreme political beliefs. That's the thing that ties everything together. So some people believe in portals. Some people don't. Some people believe Joseph Smith practiced polygamy, and some people are, you know, doing that thing where they're like, he didn't. Some people believe in Denver Snuffer and seeing your own vision of Christ. Some people don't. Some people believe there's a
Look at their faces.
variety of beliefs at these conferences. There really are. You know, some people believe in past lives or, you know, multiple probations. Other people don't. The one thing that is the same at this conference that everyone holds is an extreme political belief, an ideology. So let's even move it to an ideology that's very extreme.
The Mormon church is very connected into the political sector too, especially in Utah. It plays a huge role. So there is a major crossover with political party stuff in Utah and the Mormon church. The Mormon church basically controls the government in Utah, if you want to be honest about it.
And then they're mixing religion with it. And it is a recipe for disaster. And that's where
No,
terrorism comes in.
It's a lot.
I wanted to ask you to jump in on that. RFM was asking if you thought murder, homicide, violence was going up in America. And my question is whether it's going up in Mormonism or let me say it this way. You cover it. We cover it too in various places. It seems to me like there's a lot of Mormon crime. And maybe it's because we're in this arena and we're sort of looking for it. And if it happens, we're going to talk about it. And let's be honest, crime happens in every city. And maybe Mormonism is no different. And then the other side of me wonders, in a religion that has Danites and whistling whittlers and blood atonement and, you know, a strengthening church members committee and all the different kinds of things that happen in our history. You know, you mentioned a bunch, but there were some murder homicides where the husband kills the children and the wife and then takes his own life. This was in like 2023. I think the family is maybe the Haight family, H-A-I-G-H-T.
Yes.
And there's been several of those. I think there were 2 or 3 of them in just that 1 year alone. You've got Desnat who sits and talks, sits in the background and wants violence upon progressive Mormons and ex-Mormons. I'm just curious if this religion creates a space where people might be more prone to being gullible and more prone to following absurd ideas, and hence someone's unhealthiness.
Hey, you want to hear a crazy thing? Now, bear with me for a second, because the whole part about CrimeCon is very interesting. Well, I asked Jay about it, and she sent me the information. CrimeCon is actually ran and owned by a company. It's just, this whole thing is so crazy. They are called Red Seat. Red Seat has hosts like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, but they own the CrimeCon and the Crime Cruise. The one thing I recognized was it seems like CrimeCon is put on like the MLM conventions. If you know anything about LuLaRoe, any of those MLMs, that a lot of them are in Utah or connected to Utah in some way, shape, or form. Utah is the MLM capital of the world. They have these big, outlandish conventions. LuLaRoe even had a cruise for their top-ranking consultants. CrimeCon is very similar in how it's ran to those MLM conventions.
This can get louder than it could in maybe standard society.
Yeah, I completely agree with the last thing you said, Bill, that yes, I think those that are gullible. I
haven't dug far into it, but she sent me an article to show me who owned it. And I was like, oh my God, no.
So manipulated by criminals too, both being victims and criminals. It's hardy for both. So I think the one reason that I maybe beat around the bush with like,
hey, Adrian,
nailing the answer to your question, like are Mormon crimes increasing, is because I haven't done the research, right? I haven't done the testing and the statistics to actually find out if that's true. Does it feel like it to me? Yes. And those are some of why. That's some of why. But like I said, I haven't done the research and the testing and the stats. I feel like at the same time, I think you make a good point too.
Did I say red feet? If I did, it's Red Seat. I might have said red feet. It's Red Seat, not red feet. Sorry.
There's always been some serious crimes with those that are LDS. I'm actually losing his name right now, but there's a Kirtland murder. I just forgot his name. Like on my mission, we learned about the false prophet in Kirtland. I served in Kirtland.
Oh my God.
And then I think that had Elizabeth Smart's Kate crime happened when the internet and crime channels and sleuths were, what if it was happened today? I think it would have played out a lot differently too, because here's a false prophet that was actually really inspired by Avram Gileadi, and you know what I mean? And it fits into this whole arena too. So there have been crimes happening that maybe we never really put the stamp on, of like Mormon crime, another Mormon crime, another Mormon crime. And Elizabeth Smart was certainly a victim, but she was also kidnapped by someone who was a false prophet. So
you're thinking of Lundgren and Kirtland, right? Lundgren in the 80s.
Lundgren, thank you, Bill. Yes, Lundgren was the Kirtland false prophet, and that was really well known and horrific. And it was a cult killing, and he killed multiple people, whole family in Kirtland, and that had under the guise
of a tiny
of
town, right?
What? What'd you say?
Tiny town, right?
Ohio is.
I've never been there.
Tiny town, right? So having a crime in Kirtland like that, is horrendous. And then you have the recent, I just forgot his name. Is it Bates? The new Colorado City, Hilldale. Forgive me, guys. It's been
Samuel Bates.
A long day. I had this little medical emergency before I showed up. You guys.
I didn't even say that much, just so you know.
I know. So
anything
you're talking about Samuel Bates
stays on you from this point forward.
Okay, yeah. But so I'm being a little forgetful because I was a little frazzled before I jumped.
Girls can go on missions too. I think they have to be 19. Last I knew that females go on missions, they're not as long. I think they only serve 18 months and they have to be 19 before they get their calling.
Dawn, but the gentleman, there's the LeBarons, Hoffman,
not Warren
but who the recent I just did an interview about it on my channel, the recent Warren Jeffs sort of repeat. Let me Google. Hold on. His trial was just barely in Arizona. He was trafficking FLDS women.
Was he a deputy?
Oh, she's talking about.
The thing I've got to go on, you can look that up, Lauren, but the thing that I go on is whenever something horrific happens in Utah, some weird manipulation, abuse, violence, murder, rape, child abuse, molestation, whatever it is, whenever it happens in Utah, I go, watch, it's going to turn out to be a Mormon. And the population, we say, is 50-50 essentially. So half the time I should be wrong, but my anecdotal evidence is that about 95% of the time, when something horrific happens in the state of Utah and I go, let's wait and see what happens here, but I bet that's a Mormon, it ends up being a Latter-day Saint or some faction of Mormonism that person comes from.
Yes, Sam Bateman. Everyone's telling me.
Bateman.
Yeah, Sam Bateman. And Sam Bateman, that's a recent one. I agree, Bill. I agree. And so I think there's two elements here.
This is the case she's talking about, in case you don't know what she's talking about. FLDS offshoot sect leader pleads guilty to having child brides taken from Arizona welfare system. This is who she's talking about as Samuel Bateman, not Bates.
I do think crime
I knew his first name was Sam.
Is increasing among my LDS brothers and sisters. At the same time, I think that maybe we also haven't tackled it head on or looked at it so clearly, and the internet and the crime community today is.
That's what, Pika, I really think that the whole emergency situation was likely because that screenshot of her message got posted.
Allowed us, and maybe me even more so, to do that. So I think there are two elements there that make it feel like there is a lot more, but at the same time, when you bring up the murder suicides of the families that you mentioned, and
something that a lot of people don't want to talk about, which is absolutely a thing that is causing problems, is penitent privilege. Penitent privilege gives ministers, pastors, anybody in so many states, it protects them. So if you have a child or somebody that goes to their bishop, their pastor, their minister to report abuse, sexual abuse, anything of that nature, they are protected from reporting those crimes. In fact, in some of these beliefs, it is more looked down on to report horrific crimes to law enforcement. It is a bigger sin than being sexually assaulted. Reporting to cops is more sinister than the sin itself of being sexually assaulted. That's how some of them believe. Not all of them, but some do.
There's multiple ones, as well as, James Craig and others. I do think that
penitent privilege is the major thing that a lot of people hide behind to not report abuse, and it's very dangerous.
That crime in general, and violent crime, there's white collar crime, and you're right, and then there's just violent crime like first degree murder. That's what we're talking about, that I'm seeing an increase. It used to be that, you met someone in your ward that was guilty of a white collar crime or whatever, or they were taking advantage of someone financially in the ward. And now we're talking, murder, family members. And I think that's what's maybe shocked me in the last 5-ish years of seeing over and over again that, and people do, they'll say like, why do you only cover LDS crimes? I'm like, I never intended to do that. And we don't, but they need to stop committing crime so that I don't have to cover them anymore.
Yeah.
It's not my fault.
Yeah. So Lauren, what is this?
33 states, as of 2022, 33 states still recognize. Missouri, Illinois, and 31 other states exempt clergy from reporting abuse. This is a report from 2022, and it lists the states. Yeah, that's a whole other rabbit hole. Okay, back to this.
The strange obsession you have with murder.
Wouldn't you like to know? No.
It seems to be very popular. I mean, I kind of did a career that was very much involved in it, but
yeah, no, I I've always been fascinated with crime since I was a
Interesting. If you watch the Mormon Stories podcast with us, listen to what she says in this one.
little girl.
She's always been fascinated with crime since she was a little girl. She started journaling at the age of 3. Her mom started transcribing her journal entries for her at the age of 3.
I was
Her words, not mine.
very fearful, very fearful. I thought something
No.
bad was going to happen. I would stay up at night in just absolute panic.
Lurking brave, I am not. No, I get called one on here. I also get called an extremist lefty, an extremist liberal. Nope, I'm not.
I would try to figure out how I was going to hide if a kidnapper would come in my room or someone was going to murder my family. And this is just me as a child. And I would watch this show called Rescue 911, where it talked about, luckily people on that show were rescued, hence Rescue 911, but it was very scary. A murder comes into your house and what are you going to do? I was in the era of
That's kind of like asking where's DB Cooper's treasure.
Ruff the crime dog, and all these kids are getting kidnapped and the milk cartons. And so I was a very, very fearful child.
No.
But looking back on that,
Nope, I'm not at all lurking brave. You can ask me anything. I'm not, though. I get called one because I don't talk about what my belief is, and I think that's okay. Because of my religious trauma, I am very, I don't even know how you would say it. There's so many variations of what people believe in. And when you try to pull it back and you hear all the different variations and the beliefs and stuff, it's a little confusing. And I think that's an okay space to be. Is I believe there's something bigger than all of us. What that is, I don't know.
that severe fear I had. And I really relied on the Holy Ghost then, by the way, too. Like the Holy Ghost, when I got the Holy Ghost at 8, I thought it was purely there to protect me. And I would think that the Holy Ghost was going to let me know if a kidnapper is coming. And I would kind of be I'd jump off my bike if I
Late 40s, from what I understand.
felt scared and think that the Holy Ghost is telling me to jump on my bike or run home or hide under your bed. That was what the Holy Ghost was to me, to protect me. So when I look back at this, though, as an adult and process that fear I had, I think that it was a fear of death and this idea that God is safe, God is good, God gave me comfort. In fact, it really did. Again, the Holy Ghost gave me this comfort and God gave me this safety and this love and everything's okay. But the honest truth is everything else about life is actually no, we're dust, we die, there's evil. Someone could just come in your house and kill you. And it's not so, it's not all flowers and rainbows. And I think it was in many ways a way that I processed those existential questions about life was through crime. And
He has multiple attorneys. So her dad is an attorney or was an attorney before. I don't know if he got disbarred. That's one thing I need to figure out. I don't know if he got disbarred when he was put in prison for securities fraud, but her dad was an attorney and her brother is an attorney.
And as I got older, of course, I reported on it a lot. And I think that what I always wondered is why.
I assume he was, but I don't know the date and any around that with his license or anything. But I assume he was definitely disbarred when he got put in prison for securities fraud.
As someone that's never wanted to kill anybody ever,
Absolutely.
even had the thought.
Not even Jacob
I agree with that too. I know a lot of atheists that are good people.
Hansen.
No one.
Because I've
It's
thought about that.
it's never even occurred to. And what's so funny is they actually have a statistic that they're a lot of the population maybe allegedly could think about it. Never. It's never even, the fact that someone could want to hurt another person, the psychology of that, I think is just it's about humanity to me. It's
This
what?
stood out to me so much. I want to back that up one more time though, because this part right here stands out to me.
A lot of the population maybe allegedly could think about it. Never. It's never even, the fact that someone could want to hurt another person, the psychology of that, I think it's just it's about humanity to me. It's why? So it's not like that.
Well, my question is, why did you try to hurt people you were having disagreements with by using your 320 plus sub 320,000 plus sub count? Believe that this group of women were putting your life at risk.
And then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and and then wait for this, get your morbid curiosity ready for this, and then that happened. I'm not that.
Every Day with Jay covered a lot of the stuff around her dad's arrest.
Person. I don't want to see the autopsy photos. I've had to see plenty in a courtroom, but if someone's like, you want to see this? No, I don't. For me, it's about being human in the why and understanding humanity and this world we live in. And again, a better understanding of crime is a better understanding of ourselves. And I don't want to put anyone down that does have that morbid curiosity, by the way. I didn't mean to say that either. Like a lot of people do. And that's perfectly, it's not unhealthy.
You have a lot of
for those
viewers
that
with
have
morbid
it.
curiosity.
But it's not mine as much. I mean, you could say I have a morbid curiosity because I want to understand the psychology of a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has their different thing that they're really intrigued by. I do. And when it came to the Daybell case that I was, you could say, obsessed with, understanding everything I could about it for over 6 years.
I can't answer that. I don't know if Jay's in here or not still. If Jay's in here, she might be able to tell you.
That was a deep curiosity into how could this beautiful woman that looks like every childhood friend's mom I ever had, and this man that is, an LDS author whose books used to be sold in Deseret Book. I was a big reader of Gerald Lund growing up. Like this guy who I could have read as a kid.
I love how many of you are in this rabbit hole and know the facts. Thank you so much for that. 1999, September 14th, disbarred.
I didn't know who he was until there were 2 children missing. How could this have happened? And that set me on this sort of quest for 6 years. Like I didn't go down a rabbit hole. It was much more than that. And I think it's the understanding human.
Again, I believe that she panders to both Exmo and Never In, plus the current LDS, because there is a lot of money in those groups. There is a lot of money. There is a lot of wealthy people, with not all, but there are a lot of wealthy LDS people in Utah specifically.
Human beings, like understanding why.
And she loves the connection she has to some of that.
Could some people be born into a loving family and be healthy and love and want to treat people with kindness and goodness? What creates violence then? And humans are complex and criminals are complex. So often criminals love people. They have a mother, they have a father, they all have children. They'll do good in this world. And then they'll do this horrendous act.
Thank you, Jay. Jay says, per 1,000 views, it varies, but just from ad revenue, probably 10 to 15,000 plus supers and memberships. And we saw in the chat before she took down the chat, there was super stickers in the amounts of $399.
So what is it and they'll do something that nobody ever expects. What creates violence? And so that was a very long-winded question as to why I'm intrigued by crime, but
plus Patreon.
I always have been and always will.
Yep.
So thank you for the answer to that, by the way. I found it very interesting. What do you think? I know the focus of your whole program, your Raison d'Etre, is to find out motives and understanding what's behind the commission of crimes. What, in the 6 years that you've done the rabbit hole, even greater than a rabbit hole, on Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, what do you think that you've understood about why they did what they did?
Belief is powerful. Magical thinking is powerful.
Magical thinking.
I think it goes back to terrorism again.
Her word choice.
When you partner extreme political beliefs with extreme religious.
This is RFM and Bill Reel. They have their RFM has this channel. It's Mormon Discussion Incorporated. Bill's on here quite a bit with them. I actually really like their content. I just think Lauren used connections she has with a lot of people to do this PR tour, as her life was so in fear. She was so in fear for her life throughout all of this. They're really interesting to listen to if you like stuff in the cult space.
Beliefs. And when you're so certain about something that you can't see the forest from the trees, I'm going to just keep going. There are a lot of things.
Same thing with John Dehlin. I think she used John and his open-ended invitation to come tell her story. That's what John's entire show was about, is your Mormon story. And I think she just saw the opportunity at the time, and she used that in her 9-hour. And then somebody emailed John. Again, we have no idea who Felicia O'Shea is.
There's not one answer here. I'm going to tell you
Could have been her, for all we know, emailing John to stir up some shit to create evidence. Her agenda is evidence. Don't forget.
everything I've learned.
And I find it really ironic that the day she gets this, Christina releases this screenshot where Lauren states she's in fear. Has an emergency and she's not going to be able to be on the show for at least 30 minutes. And then she pops up and says something about the link didn't work. What?
You are so certain when you know something is so true that no one can convince you otherwise. When you get to a fuzzy gray area between extreme religious beliefs and delusion, what's the difference? What's the difference between a religious belief and a delusion? That's a question I haven't answered yet. When you get to maybe childhood abuse and personality disorders,
and watch their faces,
and thinking in a way that might be slightly different than a healthier human being. When you have an ego that's so strong, when you have
self-talk,
childhood wounds,
I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me.
When you have a fantasy that's so encompassing and so empowering, when you have death anxiety, when you have anxiety about death that overtakes you and your mortality.
And we heard all about how she was so afraid of death.
You can equate it to a midlife crisis that's so extreme.
Is that what we're watching? Is this self-talk with Lauren?
When your extreme beliefs are
Yikes. I don't like this.
Solidified by someone else, validated over and over again, groupthink. When you get into that cult mindset, when ideology overtakes rational, critical thinking.
Ma'am.
When you care, and then when you care more about yourself and your exaltation than you do the people around you that you're supposed to be
he's cracking his neck, he's drinking,
caring for. When you surround yourself by only people that think like you. And
you guys, this was like self-talk with Lauren.
That's a problem. These echo chambers that are now happening online,
really?
Where people aren't surrounding themselves anymore with those that think differently,
Really?
That maybe
kind of like trying to control narratives and weaponize a large following.
Agreeing to disagree. Let's bring that back.
Really?
Again,
her mannerisms just irk the shit out of me in this one.
What abuse does to the mind. I do think there was, I'll just say, some abuse of the criminals early on in their lives, or at least one of them. I think
this is why I know it's like feels a little off, but this and the whole time frame, like dates and times and her behavior in this is important. And this stands out to me a ton.
Denial of mental health.
Oh, well, fuck.
Yeah, a lot of things had to be checked off to create this perfect, horrendous, evil storm.
I think one of the things that surprised
Horrendous evil storm.
everyone so much is that we would typically think that the love of a mother for her child, we think that's the strongest thing in nature. And yet, here we have Lori Vallow.
She posted a text. I'll go find the TikTok. She posted a text from April that Lauren says she's fearful or afraid and
who apparently
threatened.
overrode that natural instinct not once but twice for something else that she thought was more important and was obviously more powerful to her.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No, you know, the first podcast episode we ever did with my husband, who again is a criminal psychologist.
Right there.
Most people,
Once again, she can't even talk about Dr. Babe without mentioning his credentials. It's fucking weird. Sorry. Should I tell you? Kyle's a general contractor and a ranch hand. Every time I talk about him, that's fucking weird, man.
RFM have your
Stop.
question and your thought, and that is the number one thing we get asked when it comes to the Daybell case. And the very first episode we did in 2020, I said to my husband, like, help me understand this mother, Lori Vallow. And he said in response, before we understand Lori Vallow, we need to understand Chad Daybell. And we spent the first 5 episodes talking about Chad Daybell. And Chad Daybell, in my opinion, has been a very underrated person in this entire saga. Why would a mother, it's a perfect storm, but why would a mother be willing to kill her 2 children? What had to happen? And while I believe, let's just lay it out, I can diagnose because I'm not a psychologist. I think Lori Vallow is a psychopath, but not all psychopaths necessarily want to hurt people. By the way, some people, it's a personality disorder, like it's being antisocial. Like not all psychopaths want to be serial killers, although we equate that. Like some people, just want to try to be a good churchgoer. James Craig is another one I think is a psychopath. But, you take somebody with a...
Here is the TikTok that Christina posted on August 13th.
Fastest friendship crash. I'm about to show you the fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I have their receipts because, contrary to what the Nevada Police Department would like you to think, it is not illegal to share screenshots. What's the Nevada law?
This is the exact same day that she's doing this interview, August 13th.
I was just doing some searching because here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to toot my horn and say I'm the best detective or anything, right?
No, he's not.
So I had to do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because there's so many laws that we just don't know about.
It started in the morning after I confronted her about all of her
Right here. I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me. I have a lot to process about myself and my actions. That's from April 9th.
lies, love, apologies, self-reflection. Barely an hour later, full-on love bombing. I'm their ride or die, the best person.
Everything I love about you is real and sincere. Everything I judged you for before I gave you a chance, I was wrong. Unfortunately, you can't erase words and they hurt. I'll forever regret the things I said and thought. But the truth is I defend you to the moon and back forever, and I do. But I realize it will take a long time to earn your trust.
And they know.
If I ever earn it again, and if I don't, I understand. I was so wrongs. But and no matter where our paths lead in life, ilk forever defend you.
And then that night,
Call you a dear friend with the biggest
out of nowhere, boom.
something. I couldn't see the rest of it. Hey, Christina, I would appreciate you not talk about our private conversation, which you described as vulnerable with other people. I have done this for you, yet I'm already getting calls about things I said to you in confidence, and I'm
accused of
feel threatened. Do not screenshot or share private conversations that are meant to be in private. Do not share things I've said to you in private because they are considered private. And I reiterate, this is becoming
something I didn't do and threatened with legal action.
And something underneath it.
Here's the deal. I didn't tell or talk to anybody about what we talked about it because I had a
And here's more.
legitimate feeling that she was going to pull this crap. This was a control tactic, and now I know the signs, and you do too.
There you go. That's the August 13th, what was so concerning?
Personality disorder and an unhealthy person like Lori Vallow, who claims to love her children, and maybe she doesn't fully know what love is. And then you give her the perfect mix of somebody who is validating her.
I wonder what time those were dated or time stamped. I wonder what time they got those C&Ds.
And allowing.
I have a feeling all of that coincides with her being late for this show and Grayson calling them and saying that she had an emergency that she needed to tend to.
Her to believe that she's an exalted being and who perhaps even requests this.
I think Lauren was setting the stage here, and I think she was getting a lot more people or trying to get more creators involved and take up for her side.
Of her. And that's why I call it a perfect storm. I'm not blaming one more than the other, but I do believe that oftentimes, I think when it comes to this pair, and I believe the same thing with Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke. You can say same here. I believe that Ruby Franke was abusive before she met Jodi. I believe Lori was abusive to her children.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I think it's abusive when you use a following like 320,000 people to call your ex-friends stalkers. I find that to be abusive. I find that to be premeditated and abusive.
Before she met Chad. But these, so Chad didn't create it. Jodi Hildebrandt didn't create it, but they certainly enabled it. They allowed them to be who maybe they always were. And there's certainly in these cases two people.
There are a number of things that you said when you were answering the question about this huge rabbit hole in the 6 years that made me want to ask. Yeah, that caught my ear and made me want to follow up with this question. Did that experience affect your faith in any way?
Yes, it did. People ask that all the time. And that's what I won't answer on my own program because that's not the place for it. But
it's not the place to be honest with your subs. I find that to be completely disingenuous. She'll answer it on random shows, but won't be honest with her own subs. Again, it's all about what best suits Lauren.
Can be here. Yes. I think
I agree, Patrick.
That
I
the
agree.
biggest. So let me maybe share where I started. My husband,
Patrick, let me branch off of that. I find what she released about her minor child was very disturbing because, again, she states he is 8 years old and there was a comment about being malnourished. I'm sorry, but the only way or reason that that child could be malnourished is by your hands. That would be a you thing as the parent. I'm sorry, what? At 8 years old, what? That was concerning to me.
Husband is not LDS. He's never been LDS. He grew up in Chicago. Like, he's not LDS. You know, I always say in Utah, everyone's LDS. You're either Jack, anti-active, like, but you got an opinion on it. You know, Dr. John grew up in Chicago, went to school back east. You know, he just happened to marry a Mormon woman.
And how often have we seen BJ weaponize her own children's mental health and put them in the middle of stuff and fearmonger and inform them of horrific things to affect their mental health? We've watched BJ do it time and time again. I just think this one is more polished than BJ.
Not his thing. So I think where I was before I started covering the case with someone that didn't go to
a Jack Mormon is somebody who considers themselves Mormon, but does not follow all of the covenants and the doctrine. So basically, they probably do not wear their garments. They might drink alcohol. They might drink hot coffee. They might drink hot tea. They might have premarital sex. They might swing. I mean, they might just live a normal life. They might be for LGBTQ plus. They might be not your typical man runs the house and is the end all be all. Like, there's very many variations of it, but basically they consider themselves LDS, but they do not follow all of the doctrine to a T.
Church all the time. I didn't believe that I was not going to be with my non-member husband forever. I just sort of went to the beat of my own drum, and for me, my LDS faith was
Yes.
probably agnostic.
Yeah, in other words, normal. Whatever that means, whatever normal is, whatever your sense of normal is. But yeah, they're just everyday saints and sinners, you know, they just exist.
But a hope and a faith in God, and thinking that was good and Christian. I believed in Christ's message of loving one another. And that's what I felt that the LDS faith was a way that I could worship my love of Christ. So
I can understand that, Robin, 100%. But again, I go back to the timing of everything. The timing of all of this shows her manipulation side. There was a lot of things that I think are very relatable, and she would know that firsthand. These things are caused in that culture, like the insecurities, the purity culture that exists. I'm not diminishing that in any way, shape, or form. The self-hatred that she seems to have about her looks, that seems to be valid. But again, she knows after what she has been a part of, how to use, I mean, she's heard these stories over and over again. She knows how to turn it on and off. And you can't overlook that came a part of her stalking story. She used John DeLynn getting messaged after her story as a part of this buildup for the stalking story.
So I feel like I need to set the stage with where I was before. I think that's fair to say.
Interesting.
And now I wonder if any magical thinking is healthy at all. Because where's the line?
Mary, you don't have to apologize for liking her or like feeling bad or that it's unpopular. I used to like some of her coverage, but now that I'm seeing what she did here, this is dangerous. And for anybody that claims they are a true crime creator to weaponize our court systems and to use the language that she did is very concerning and dangerous. And it sets a very dangerous precedent. She is replacing the victims. She covers crimes where people have been murdered, horrifically stalked, murdered. And then somehow her story, where she provides zero proof, zero evidence outside of some mean girl text because she's afraid of what's going to get out about what she did, to claim stalking. She has weaponized our court systems, lied to judges, and made herself more important than the victims' stories that she covers. She takes away from actual victims and anybody in the true crime space, which is more and more. It happens more and more than people realize. When they become the self-important victim and weaponize our systems that are already broken, there's an issue.
And could any one unhealthy person
feel bad saying that?
Could one unhealthy person take any sort of magical thinking and run with it to a place where they justify murdering children? I mean, that's what happened in this Daybell case.
Yeah.
And it's not just those that are LDS. You know, there was a surfing instructor that was a Christian.
I also am concerned about going back and learning about her Delphi coverage. I have heard a lot of things, and I disagreed with her on her Delphi coverage, so I didn't really pay attention that closely because I disagreed. But I'm hearing that they manipulated and intentionally misinformed on what was going on in the Delphi case. And again, when you have a following that size and you are intentionally misinforming and misleading for a certain outcome that you want from your subs, that's problematic as fuck. Cash, thank you. God is backwards dog that lived with the devil. No shame on any religion. There are people in all that cause harm. Do not harm others. Help. Exactly, Cash. It is insanity versus humanity at this point in time.
Killed his kids.
There's a lot more that I'm finding out that's very concerning, and I think she might just be, this is my opinion so far, based on what I've seen, I feel like she is very polished in her manipulation techniques.
California. There was a mother in California who did a exorcism on her daughter, a 3-year-old daughter, and killed her daughter Arlie.
Yeah.
That aren't
Lord.
LDS. And so
I don't know the deep details of that, but I am learning some of it. Somebody has been like walking me through and providing me links and a lot of information and problematic things. And now once you see it, you can't unsee it. And then watching her and John do the coverage they did, there is a very, very, very big manipulation tactic being used, in my opinion.
magical thinking, frightening if in the wrong hands. So I guess as someone that maybe says, I don't know, I don't know, maybe there's a God, maybe there isn't, but I think hope in one is good and believing in Christ is good. I have to now say, I don't know. I don't know.
I got a whole breakdown on Annie the other day and some of the things around that too, which is very interesting. You guys have been reaching out and giving me details and backstories, and I really appreciate it. And you guys are providing like links to things, like leaving no area of opportunity to miss it. Thank you guys for that, because there is a whole lot to unpack here. This is a big rabbit hole, and it seems to me that she has gotten away with a lot and been unchecked for a long time.
Is silence the only way? Because I might be a healthy person, but
yeah,
I've just seen so many frightening evil acts in not even the name of religion. I don't know if I said that, in the name of a belief that these people have held. And so what's the line? And so this idea, I guess you could say, this magical happy fantasy that I had, that hope is good and faith in Christ is good, and I think it can be good for some people. I teach my son about Christ.
This is so odd to me.
I was his sunbeam teacher, and I think it gives my little boy a lot of hope in this world. But then I wonder, is that good? And I don't have the answer. I can't. I'm not the person to tell you whether it is or isn't. I remain humble. In trying to understand.
Sorry, this gives me the ick. It just gives me the ick.
But it certainly made me question any and all magical thinking. And at what point,
I don't know.
Is it just bad for any of us if there are people out there that are unhealthy to teach and preach this?
Do you think there might be any truth to the idea that for every few unhealthy people, there's a lot more?
That is a common thing we see with a lot of these creators like this too, in this true crime space. People say that we're ruining true crime because we're pushing back on these creators. I'm sorry, but I'll scream it from the rooftops. If you think that it is your job, or you can make the career out of kicking victims at their worst times and then fabricating stories to fit the best benefit of you and your pocketbook, fuck you. Straight up, fuck you. I'm not true crime. I will never be true crime. I think creators that do this with no ethical boundaries, they don't give a shit about the families. They don't give a shit about the victims. They paint these wild narratives. They pick a side. They do all of these things, and they forget about the one thing: innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. They think that they are better than the FBI. They think that they're better than any investigator. When there is corruption, they don't want to talk about it. They avoid those cases completely. You haven't heard a word out of any of these people talking about the Scott Spivey case. Not a word. But they find these cases and then they manipulate for whatever best suits them, while missing the point that it is innocent until proven guilty. They will turn an awareness case over a missing child into a true crime case and tell you over and over again, oh, nope, somebody's got to be. Yeah, there could be down the road, but we don't even have enough evidence to prove that. This is why I don't like that space at all. But again, this has been happening for decades, that people profit off of pain. Our government profits off of pain. Religion profits off of pain. I'm sorry. It's in existence, and people need to recognize it. And people like her don't give a shit. It's whatever benefits them.
Mormons who are willing to believe stuff just because they've been primed to believe crazy stuff as a Mormon?
Right.
Yeah, I'd say that with any religious people.
And let me say that too. There are true crime creators that do not touch active cases, that they do not involve themselves. They report on it. They tell you what is publicly available. They'll go a little bit further and do some research, but they don't do all of this. They don't get attached like that. They don't, it's too much. But these people do this. This is the playbook that they use. It's no different than Bullhorn Betty. If Bullhorn Betty was polished like Lauren and went to trials instead of outside homes, people would have the same, oh, she's a great person just doing the things for the victims. Lauren's got a camera in their faces. Lauren's discrediting victims in their stories. She does the same exact thing. She just doesn't use a bullhorn and heckle outside their house.
And I'm being honest, like, I'm not trying to excuse. I think LDS people can be very, very gullible. So I'm not dismissing that, but I see that with a lot of religious people too. Evangelicals,
Yes.
yeah.
I do too.
Continuing with the evolving of your religious beliefs, excuse me.
And let me make sure that people understand, like, I am all for transparency in the court systems. I think our court systems, we need to have transparency. Our system has been broken and it needs overhauled. So we need access to the court trials and things like that. I am all for that, except when it comes to certain things, abuse trials, kids, but that's already regulated for the most part. I think it's really ridiculous, though, that this person who just told you on this little interview here that she is so humble expects different outcomes for her than actual crime victims.
I can't imagine many careers where you would have the problem.
But I am not against, like, laws need to change for more protections for victims, and people like this hurt our justice system.
Of the evil thrown in your face day after day after day.
Yep, absolutely.
God allowing horrible things to happen. And God forbid, even by people who were doing it in the name of God without
Hey, Missy, I love
intervening.
you.
Have your feelings about that developed in God's willingness or ability to intervene in our lives?
I'm thinking that's a great question. So I'm thinking about it.
I think so.
Take your time, really.
Yeah, I'm like, it's a great question. I want to be honest with my answer, and I'm processing. Because I feel like I should have an answer. I'm gonna have to think about that. I'm trying to decide.
Absolutely.
I think that's something I thought a lot about as a child. Like listening to the Holy Ghost, right? I sort of told you about my relationship with the Holy Ghost, like that. So it was sort of like if I listened to the Holy Ghost, I'd be saved, and if I didn't, I wouldn't. That's sort of like God intervening, right? Like that's God's way of protecting me. And so if I was sinning and if I didn't obey him, then, would I be protected, and would that be, but I don't know.
Her mannerisms just bother me in this.
I think I've just always, and maybe this is why I've been always processing crime though, still as a child too. I think I've always understood that it doesn't matter how much, God can do to protect you. There are going to be evil people with evil acts.
Sounds to me like fear mongering was something maybe her parents used, because I'm sorry, what?
That can do evil things. And I think maybe that's like the entire existential question I've had since I was a child is, and maybe where my fascination with crime comes from is at that moment, God can only do so much. And a person with a quest to do evil can accomplish that. I mean, God can't just stop that person from doing it. So maybe I think I've always known that, which is why I was such a fearful child. So I think that maybe I've just, that's where I'm a realist, and I never equated, God to intervening like that. I think that I have equated God to intervening more with good acts.
Well, one of you drop Jay's links for me, her Everyday with Jay, and then her Jay is for Justice. Will you guys drop those for me if my mod's in here, if any of you guys are in here still?
Like for example, I was in a very severe car accident when I was a senior in high school.
Oh, here we go again.
And I didn't think, why did God cause the car accident?
I love Bill though.
But my friend almost died and she was bleeding on the side of the freeway. We had rolled.
There's God, I hate saying this, but there's always just these stories. There's always these stories. One thing about it is, like, LDS believe in agency, which is the freedom of choice, but they really don't at the same time. Like, it situational.
multiple times, and a doctor had been there and pulled over and helped before the ambulance got there. And so I think I equated Good Samaritans to God, but I don't know if I've ever thought God could stop evil acts. I
Hey,
don't
Bill,
know.
do you remember that conference talk? This has been years ago now. I think it was when I was just starting the art.
Well, guess what? I know people that can pray floodwaters back into the river. So there's that. I'm just joking, but I know people who think they can and who tried to do that.
FM thing. And we were doing a conference talk about this guy who had climbed up to the top of the mountain, like it was in the Andes. It was way up there or something. And he had fallen off. And he, on the way down, he'd broken like every bone in his body. But the miracle was that he didn't die.
No.
And I would have said,
We didn't listen to all of it, though, Pointer Lover. There's 2 parts, and we didn't listen to the second part fully. We can if you guys want to.
I'd like my miracle just a little bit earlier, please. And I'd like that miracle so I don't fall off the mountain to start with.
Yeah, I'm trying to look it up and see who that
Oh,
is.
you don't actually have to, but it did come to me because I remember we were laughing about that. You know, it is an ill wind indeed that blows no one some good.
I think for magical thinking people, to Lauren's point, I think magical believing people will look for any situation and find some evidence that magic is truly working in the world. And I think it's, you mentioned that all religions do it, Lauren, but I think it's Mormons more than Methodists. I think it's Scientologists more than the Lutherans. I think it's the Jehovah's Witnesses more than the Baptist. I think certain groups are more prone to it. And, when you look at our religion, there's so many instances where you do have to sort of shut off your brain. 2,000 stripling warriors, not a single one dies. Many of them die from blood loss. Nobody gets gangrene. Nobody passes away. There's lots of stories. Christians look at the Bible and there's full
Could be Pauline. That valid.
of them.
Yeah.
But Mormonism comes along and creates its own modern moment of faith promoting stories that are beyond belief. And then it's
extremely odd considering she's not just a church member. She did a mission. She was on a mission. She was a missionary. So for her to not read the Book of Mormon seems far-fetched. Also, she claims that they broke into a library and found all of these books about Joseph Smith being a polygamist. Even she got a little bit of like confusion from John DeLynn on that one. So that doesn't make sense to me that she's never read the book. I've read the Book of Mormon and I'm not Mormon. So there's that.
You to live in a world where you don't really observe any sort of supernatural God magic happening, but with which you're supposed to put yourself into the mindset that it does regardless.
Yeah.
Well, and let me clarify too. Like, I am LDS, and
see, this is weird.
I
am LDS.
Shared what I shared, but like I also want to say, like, I do love sometimes the feeling of magical thinking. I want to say that, like,
we've seen that recently.
I don't know if there's a God. I don't know. In fact, honestly, I'm probably leaning more towards atheism these days, but trying not to, because I crave hope and a bit of magical thinking. I how they say, like, I want to choose to believe, have faith. Like I seek that in many ways. And I want my little boy to believe so he can feel safer in this very scary world when his parents cover crime. There's something I want to believe that Christ, is this being that was perfect and loved everyone, and that we can love everyone. That's more difficult for me to do now. And so I think to your question,
They pinned a comment that says, "Yay, join the dark side, Lauren." Meaning become ex-Mormon.
when I sing hymns, and I like worship. When I sing hymns, it lifts me. When I gospel, my family's big in bluegrass music. It's around the campfire singing gospel songs. I feel this spiritual
It's really
feeling in me, and I love that. And I don't know why I'm bringing this up. I'm just trying to be humble and say, like, I also agree with you, Bill. And so I think that's my
What's this? I'm just being humble. Why is she, when you have to tell people all the time that you're humble?
question as to where I am. Should I not be feeling, is that bad? You know what I mean? I'm not bad. I'm not going to go kill anyone or commit a crime. I think I'm pretty good. But is that with an unhealthy person, even that not good? Like, I don't know. Should we only be focusing on science? And I think that's right. But I want to. I want to believe. Like, I sometimes just want to just have a magical thinking moment and feel that and feel hope and peace and think, what WWJD.
Rob and I said the same thing. Is this a faith crisis? Is this a midlife crisis? Like, are we witnessing it? I don't know. I don't know what it is, but again, when you are using and abusing your platform the way you are to harm others, yeah, it's going to get pushed back.
This is me trying to be honest. I guess that was a bit of a tangent from what you're saying, but yeah, I agree that, and Mormons are very magical thinking.
Lead on and we will follow.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, I haven't met you personally, Lauren, but I've heard about you from other people. I've had some interactions with you, and a lot of people seem to have a really positive opinion of you.
RFM, I've heard from a lot of people. They have a positive view of you. I might not be getting that, but no, he's always nice. RFM's always nice.
And not just your reporting and your articulateness and your thoroughness and your professionalism,
He is.
but over and over, I hear people talking about how kind you are and what a sweet person you are.
That's what I continue to say is it's word salad. Like, she served up word salad buffet. You leave this and you're like, what was that? What is this?
And I don't know if there are comments like that already. I don't have the live chat turned on, but I just want to let you know that, which, of course, makes the question even more interesting. Why is a person like you, why is a girl like you in a place like this reporting on the crime and everything? But you've already answered that. So I want to open this up to other people to let them ask questions of Lauren, because I think this is a wonderful opportunity for our audience to be able to
Feels like, here we go.
do that. And while we're doing that, by the way, the phone number is 662-667-6667 or 662 Mormons, but we prefer and encourage you to visit the studio through the link that's provided in the live chat, Bill. Yes.
Yep.
So that you can come on the show as well. Enjoy.
That was really kind. Thank you, RFM. I needed that today, so thank you for saying that.
Well, you're very welcome. My gosh. So let me ask you something that doesn't have to do with you right now, okay? Why do you think that so many other people other than you are so fascinated by crime? It's like they can't get enough. Is this healthy?
There are multiple reasons why people are fascinated with crime, for good and for bad. And I think that, like I said, I think the reason I'm fascinated with crime, like, I own it, and I don't think that's unhealthy. I don't. I think that it's a good way to process a lot. And my husband, I don't think it's unhealthy. Our first conversation, we were set up, we talked about crime. We talked about some murders, and I said, help me understand this. And he goes into these prisons and jails and, assesses the worst of humanity and gives them empathy for a moment and listens fully to them in order to process if, they're how high risk they are, the recidivism rate. And that's not unhealthy. He does it day in and day out, and we talk about it day in and day out. I don't think that's unhealthy, especially, like I said, if you're, I do believe that a better understanding of crime can be a better understanding of yourself. I do think there are some people that can be really unhealthy that listen and are interested in crime, and it might make them feel a little bit better about themselves.
This just blew my mind. If you are new here, I love the religion stuff, so get used to it. I do talk politics some too, with the radicals and how that goes, and the extremists and stuff of that nature. Again, it's not a right versus left. It's not a this religion versus that. It's insanity versus humanity. I am very live your life however you choose, your beliefs, your whatever is your choice. But when people are harming others, it becomes a conversation. And that's what we do. So thank you for allowing me to continue to be myself and talk about the things that interest me. This whole shitting thing perked my interest.
You know, so whether that's healthy or not healthy, I don't know. But I
I may
certainly
be a
met
terrible person, but I'm not out killing people.
Right. I've met some unhealthy people that find themselves conspiracy theorists, you know, that a lot of the sleuthing too. So let me tell you, there's also a wide variety of crime channels and what people are intrigued by. So let me teach you about the crime community. There are some
Oh yeah, please teach us about the crime community. Let's go there.
people that are more into LawTube. Hello, RFM, you know.
What's LawTube?
LawTube, like the legal
love
aspects.
LawTube?
LawTube, as we call it, YouTube
Oh,
for the law.
okay.
That's you, RFM.
This is going to sound harsh, so bear with me, but it's almost like she kind of adapted the personality. A Diet Coke, that's not a Coors Light. Might need a Coors Light, but it's a Diet Coke. She's adapted the personalities of some of the people she has covered in the past too.
the legal aspects of a trial and the case and of the criminal trial. And there are more people.
great.
Some people are intrigued by the mystery when you don't know
Yes,
who
she
did
does.
something and trying to sleuth and figure it out and bring clues. And let me just say that the true crime community has done a tremendous job of solving crimes. The finding Gabby Petito is one of those, you know, with a lot of attention. And then there are people that are interested in the story, and then this happened and this happened and this happened. And we do those on our channel too. We do the research and lay it out so people can understand. And I think that's a bit of like, again, like, how could this happen? Like, how could that happen? And I think that women in general, women have to protect I know that men have to protect their families too, but women are there with the children oftentimes, at least through evolution and history. I'm talking historically, day in and day out. And they are, you know, historically speaking, not as strong as men. Historically speaking, females. And they are more likely the victims of a violent crime from a stranger.
Mhm.
You know, men, actually more men are murdered, but it's oftentimes for a different reason. But like strangers committing a crime on another, the victim is often the woman.
Yes.
So women, I think in general, have always thought, and it can't be their brute strength throughout history that's always been able to protect them. So I think there's also this fearful, like, how do we protect ourselves?
Right there, she continues to go back to the fear. She plays on that fear.
We protect our family, and we're more sort of like trying to understand this world.
Yeah.
And you know, yeah, I do jump.
Right.
You know, I jump when I see a male approach me in a dark alley. It scares me. I don't go hanging out in dark alleys that often, but I did find myself one recently, like a couple months ago in Arizona, and I got scared of a guy there because women are often, you know, we have to protect ourselves. And so I think that's one reason why women are more intrigued by crime too. And it's
Rubicon, these interviews here where she's not actually covering something else and supposedly talking about her story is where I really, really noticed the disjointedness. But now going back and listening to even some of her coverage, it exists there too.
understand the psychology of
Very, very good at the art of manipulation and word salad. Again, a polished uni rock. Give her some fingerless gloves, some rockin' music, a whiteboard, and we're right there.
killer or someone that could hurt them. And then I think there are some people that are more interested in the psychology of the crime. Some people are more interested in the mystery. So there are a lot of things in crime that people are interested in. That's not just, again, that moment of like, you know, and you know, that happened and it was gruesome. Crime is a lot more complex than that. And it affects us in many, many ways. And very often those that are into crime were victims themselves, and they're trying to process what happened to them. In fact, if you go to CrimeCon, I'm attending CrimeCon in September in Denver. It happens once a year. It's huge. And people are like, is it like comic?
He was pretty present the other day, Crispy. And again, I don't know him on a personal level, but yeah, there's nobody's perfect in any way, shape, or form, but he definitely has some things that I didn't know about until recently too.
Con, like, this is so crazy. Do you guys go there dressed as serial killers? Like, no.
It's
Most
like
of the
Comic-Con, but
people,
with fewer bullets.
most of the people that attend CrimeCon, or a big portion of the people that attend CrimeCon, were victims themselves.
Yeah.
And they are going there, and it's almost like trauma bonding a little bit. Like, this happened to me, and I'm trying to process it. And or this happened to me.
You know how much I miss Skep right now? I miss Skep so badly. He had such a great mind to put these people right where they are and what they do.
and I want to speak to it and let others know that it's okay. And most victims, like I said, were never planning to be victims ever, and they don't know what to do. And they have to deal with that and the aftermath. And a lot of it is also just simply empathy, meeting people where they are in their pain and their sorrow, including the families of the perpetrators that we oftentimes forget too. How would it feel to have a son that ended up murdering somebody?
I
And
was shocked when I found that out. I didn't know anything about that, Jay, until, I was shocked. I don't know how. And again, both things can exist. Like, he can be a part of, family members to horrific crimes and stuff, but he can do things too. Like, just because one doesn't give the other a path. But like you said, it was swept under the rug. A lot of us didn't even have a clue about it.
and then to deal with that. And everybody's there for the victim, of course. But what about you dealing with that? So there is such a wide range of reasons people are fascinated with crime, and it's not simply morbid, and it isn't necessarily unhealthy. And I am a strong believer that it helps us understand human beings more when we dare to delve into crime and how it affects people.
Yeah,
That's right. Some people do prefer the sympathetic approach. Others prefer the Charles Bronson response to crime. But we've got a listener ready to come on the show. I got so many questions, but we got to give the listeners a chance here, Lauren. And this is JG. JG, I think these are initials. JG, how are you doing?
Good. Very good. I just wanted to compliment Lauren. I watch probably everything she puts out, to be honest with you, because it's so well done.
Oh,
Especially
thank you.
Involving kind of LDS related stuff. I actually was like a county commissioner for like 12 years in Utah County, so encountered just a lot of kind of weird criminal stuff, unique to the, But I did have one question. You kind of mentioned the Rod Meldrum platform and relationship. I've kind of heard you cover the other things, but I was wondering what the relationship used to be there of, that work, the Firm Foundation, whatever you want to call it.
Sure, yeah. And I'm glad
I love the comments that I don't know if it's Bill or RFM pinning on, is listening to RFM for a decade for free a crime?
Rod Meldrum hasn't committed a crime. I want to be clear of that I know of. So I'm actually glad you.
Again, if you guys like the cult stuff or information about the LDS Church, this is a really strange interview because of Lauren. But RFM and Bill, when you get them cutting up, they are funny and they are very, very educational. Like, you learn a lot with them. Check them out sometime if you like the cult stuff. Lauren is throwing this whole thing off.
Asked him, I hope that I made that clear. He's not responsible for any of the criminals I've talked about today. But Rod Meldrum runs the Firm Expo, and he used to speak with Chad Daybell. Again, that doesn't make him guilty of a crime. A lot of good people, were friends with Chad Daybell. But I think that where Rod Meldrum comes in is sort of this ongoing.
Yeah, and being a victim of a crime does not give you the right to victimize others. I don't care if it's wife, estranged wife, anything. Consent is consent. And that's a huge thing. So just because you have a piece of paper, which unfortunately a lot of religions believe that once you are married, you are a form of property. I am highly against that, but sexual assault is sexual assault.
Community that is growing, and I think it's fair to call it an ideology. Like I said, I vote both Republican and Democrat. That's fine, but where do politics finally become an ideology of extreme belief and mixes with religion? And I think it's very dangerous when extreme politics and extreme religion sort of blend. And I also think that's where conspiracy theories and extreme belief sort of blends. And I think that Rod Meldrum,
Christian nationalism,
holds some of those beliefs and has created a space for a lot of people to explore.
But yet, didn't she hold on? Didn't she mention Charlie Kirk in her 9 hours? Did she not mention Charlie Kirk? I could have sworn she mentioned Charlie. Yes, she did.
Figures are often stalked, and I it's free speech in support of request for the civil stalking and petitioners. So in other words, free speech was a reason to not support the stalking injunction. And that I'm a public figure, even though public figures are often stalked. And I'm also going to point this out too, by the way, in this county where the stalking injunction is filed, Utah County, it is exactly where Charlie Kirk was when he was assassinated. Many people wondered why I haven't talked about that case. First off, there's only 3 of us and we can't hit every case. Very heartbreaking case. But secondly, that is in this area.
I'm fucking real.
And it's about a public figure who was stalked.
He was not stalked. There's no proof that he was actually stalked. He was assassinated, yes, but we don't have proof that he was actually stalked.
And you know what? It scares me.
Oh my God. Yeah, let me get off that. I thought so. Okay, back to
For
this.
those beliefs together. And I will conclude again by saying Rod Meldrum is not responsible for any crime or criminal.
Sure.
There's no proof or evidence right now to support the theory that he was being stalked. He was brutally murdered in front of college kids on a college campus. At the same time, there was another school shooting in Colorado within like 10 minutes of that time. Again, tragedies continue to happen over and over again, but I'm sorry. I've talked a lot about that stuff too, and the fear mongering that went in, but her doing this,
it's a community. That's for me.
So what did you see as a relationship between the preppers and the
yikes,
like the Rod Meldrum, those groups? Were they kind of all the same? I'm just curious because I'm familiar with that just because I've been to those conferences.
Yeah. And again, if someone in chat, by the way, could go find, I'm going to answer that, but if someone in chat could go find my backstory for Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell and pin it, that would be the best. It's a long form answer to your question. I would love that. I think it's like the main
sounds like just a sub listener
video right now. The full story. I'll find out what it's called, but
ex-county commissioner.
To answer it, the too long didn't read or too long didn't watch version, the prepper community holds a lot of extreme beliefs that the call out is going to be happening, that the apocalypse is near, that the call out will be where the leaders of the church reach out to the most righteous of members who will then go to the mountain, to the white tents, and prepare and gather the
classy and sassy. I appreciate you being here. Jay gives a lot of laughs. I give a lot of moments. Jay's great.
The 4,400, what was it?
144,000.
At one point in time, Jay and I started on opposite ends of things, and here we are today.
140,000. And that is the 140,000. And this is all on a vow,
Unreal.
Which is a prepper website that was started in the East Idaho area by Roger K. Young, who I credit with sort of creating this idea of the call out.
Jay, we really should do that dog handler and laugh our asses off about that.
Using old speeches from prophets and old historical context, and has sort of created a community of extreme preppers around it. So I'm not talking about simple.
Funny when you can have a disagreement about something and not hate somebody, and then actually grow to really like the person and be like, oh wait, I really like this person. They were just duped on this. Okay. And I'm an asshole. Here we are.
Food storage. I'm talking about an entire story surrounding this. And that's also the story surrounding Chad Daybell's apocalyptic novels, as well as Tom Harrison's Visions of Glory. And these beliefs sort of become extreme. The speech Chad Daybell gave the day he met Lori Vallow. We also have that on our channel. We're the only ones that have that. We were given that. He talks about exactly what's going to happen.
We're the only ones that have that.
And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people listening to him in St. George, Utah.
I'm so special.
Where he explains that they're going to actually start and come through Ivans, Utah, the refugees. And then Jody Hildebrandt created her Ivans bunker, where she had all this food storage and was preparing. And it's very much in this belief system with
doomsday prepper thing can be a problem.
This extreme prepping is this idea that
we're not talking about food storage or typical prepping either, so please don't be offended. I'm talking about the extremists, the radicals.
People are going to become zombies and be inhabited by evil spirits, and that the saints would have to take it upon themselves to act as God and kill some of these evil spirits. Yeah, this is all this belief system. And so when you ask about the prepping, that's where we're going. And then it just goes further. I see, I'm digging out a rabbit hole and I can keep going and it becomes a crater. So So
144.
for me,
Oof.
when it comes to this Daybell case, it's about the start of this belief system. And Mike and Nancy James started preparing the people that sort of went.
Wait a second, Ravina. She had a 144K party. Am I getting that right? Lauren had 144,000. Like, she acknowledged that number. Is that what I'm understanding you're saying? Holy shit. Wow. Okay. That might be fun to listen to. I didn't know that. Wow. Okay. Interesting.
with this and taught about people to have their own visions of Christ and to believe those visions and
My head hurts.
to believe
There's just so much to this person.
in this extreme apocalyptic vision that I would say not all LDS people believe in. And it's growing in number.
Weird.
And it's the base of Jody Hildebrand and Ruby Franke, as well as Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. I don't know if that helps.
You know, Lauren, I think that all Mormons, if they're believing Mormons, have to believe this kind of stuff in some way or other. I think it's just when you're talking about these people, they really believe it. They believe it with
Do you hear what he's saying, though? He's saying he's basically calling her to the carpet right here, which I appreciated.
kind of stuff in some way or other. I think it's just
Let's go back a little.
And it's growing in number. And it's the base of Jody Hildebrand
She has said she is proud Mormon.
and Ruby Franke, as well as Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. I don't know if that helps.
You know, Lauren, I think that all Mormons, if they're believing Mormons, have to believe this kind of stuff in some way or other. I think it's just when you're talking about these people, they really believe it. They believe it with specificity. And I mean, how can you be a Latter-day Saint without believing we're living in the last days, right? And Jesus is coming back soon. God knows President Nelson has told us that enough. But it's
The
this
Church of Jesus
thinking
Christ of
it's-
Latter-day Saints. We're the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, not the present-day Saints, the Latter-day Saints. So yes.
It's in the name. So yeah, but then something takes them over beyond just, yes, this is something we do, to this is something we're actively doing, and with all of these bells and whistles associated with it. JG, thank you for calling in. We got a few more people on the phone.
Okay, I just want to mention one thing. What
Yes,
shocked
sir.
me most was I actually worked with Chad Daybell's father, you know, and that's why it was so shocking, kind of like to hear all this, because he's
with Jack.
Yeah, like anything, as far as I know, you know, other than probably.
You guys remember how long ago that was? The 144,000 party? I'll go look it up. Yeah, the 144 is also a JW, Jehovah's Witness. Bait and switch. Do you guys remember around the time frame that was supposed to happen?
He knew what his son was doing, but anyway, yeah.
That's
So
fascinating. I have a lot of empathy for Chad Daybell's family and his
2
parents.
years ago? Yeah.
So wow. Yeah.
so okay, thank you.
JG, thanks for calling in. All right, now we have, let me see here, Keenan, I think. Keenan on the phone with a question, I think, for Lauren. Keenan, are you there?
Keep trying, Keenan. We could hear you, but it was a little fuzzy. Are you on speakerphone? Is there any way you can just be directly on the phone?
Is there any way you can break out of the cellar?
Oh man, I don't know. It's on my computer, so I just went.
That's better. Whatever you just did.
Oh, well, I'll go ahead and let me know if you can hear me. Yeah, I have a couple thoughts, but one. First off, I started watching Hidden
It's their audio cutting out. Sorry about that.
True Crime or Mormon discussion. This was kind of a shock. It just was suddenly we by now of both Mormon discussions. Hidden to see you guys do this collaboration. Awesome to see. And one I wanted to share was kind of been post kind of just a lapse. I wasn't really going to church like a lot of people. I hadn't made any definitive or really investigated my. And what do that was true. I was watching who has no exposure to any of Mormonism, and he was doing a reaction video to a YouTuber who was talking about, and this was before serious allegations came.
Oh my gosh, that's annoying. I can't do it. Sorry.
There's Keenan. Now I can't hear you at all, and it's much better.
Now
I can't hear Bill.
RFM's like, I can't hear you at all. It's great.
I think I just went deaf.
No, that's not the case. Okay, so Keenan, you just gotta get your sound there. Yep. Go to settings.
There we go. There we go.
There it is.
Oh, thank
Okay.
goodness. Now, Keenan,
All right.
so-
can you give us the thumbnail version of what it
Yeah.
is you were saying before?
I'll talk fast. I was watching a streamer. He was talking about Ruby Frankie before all the big crimes came out. And I remember watching, and this was when I hadn't really investigated my own faith and my relationship to Mormonism, but I hadn't been at church for a while. And I remember thinking, this is kind of just a normal family. It was a little extreme for the way I grew up, but I knew families like that. And it's that set me down a course. And from there, I really got into true crime stuff before I even got into Mormon discussions and kind of this whole Mormonism world. And so it was, hidden true crimes have been a big part of that. Because for me, my first reaction is to be like, oh, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of weird. And then just the fact that I could look at this stuff and feel like it's a little bit too familiar to me. It's a little bit too okay. I don't treat my kids that way, but I know other people that do. And it's kind of just a strict Mormon family. And so my overall question is, I know there's a lot of thoughts about maybe the darkest and the strangest, most esoteric aspect.
Yeah, it was his audio, so he came on the show instead of calling in. Sorry about that. Yeah, it was their audio.
Of Mormon doctrine that
we're almost through it.
Contribute to this kind of stuff. But I also think there's a lot of benign and even good things about Mormon culture that create vulnerabilities or even exacerbate impulses in people that are unhealthy. And an example I give, which I never thought of until someone pointed out to me, it was calling children who are 12 years old, calling them young women. And that seems like, or young men. And that seems like an edifying and uplifting way to treat young people. But on the flip side is this vulnerability it creates to think of children as adults that can consent. And it maybe creates some vulnerability of okay, I'm a young man now. I went on, I don't know what they call them now, but we call them splits or something, where I would be sent out to do. It wasn't with maybe it's a different thing, but with other Melchizedek priesthood holders to do home teaching. Or, that I would normally go with my dad, but then sometimes I'd be paired up with another adult man, just me and him. Hated it. It was super awkward. Nothing ever happened to me, but I never would even thought that was a possibility. My parents would have never thought that was a person that they shouldn't trust or might want to be a little more careful with. So I guess that's kind of the topic that I wanted to touch on or hear your all thoughts. Is like, what are the positive or seemingly benign aspects of Mormon culture that maybe create some of these blind spots, vulnerabilities, and kind of some of these strange and extreme behaviors in people?
I can share a few things when it comes to being. I love what you just shared. Also, I just want to point out too, like you point out like where true crime helps, right? It wasn't what put you down the path of questioning beliefs. Wasn't Mormon discussions, even though it's good. It was crime. So I just want to point that out. Like there's a lot of reasons that people process a lot of their lives through crime.
Yeah. Can I quickly just say on that point, because this came up earlier in why people watch true crime? My personal belief is like no matter how crazy these stories are, everyone is capable of getting to a point. I think there's some rare conditions that are maybe diagnosable and problematic. But like you're saying, is like for me, it was looking at these things and being like, what would keep me from getting to that extreme? If I had gone down another path, maybe I would have been,
This interview was from August 13th.
I don't think I would have gone all the way to murder, but I think true crime for me helps me and I think people generally see how certain conditions and environments can create pressure and situations that lead people to these horrible places. And
yeah, well, Lauren may be the exception, but I like to think that under the right circumstances, any one of us could commit murder.
Everyone has a dark side. Everyone has a dark side. How about we just say that?
RFM.
What one would
this is so much for him. I'm sure he's like, what is happening here?
commit violence, whether that's
They're usually pretty lighthearted.
emotional or anything. I think that everyone has a dark side and self-awareness again, and knowing about ourselves and knowing about crime and knowing about human beings is important. The things that let me just talk about like victims. The thing that can make
absolutely
those that are LDS victims of crime, I think, are the same things that are beautiful, that I find beautiful in the
oh my god
LDS faith.
She totally plays whatever side she needs to,
but they're also
I'll be honest, I don't think Lauren has a clue who Lauren is. I think Lauren, she did, Barbara. She don't have a clue who she is in any way, shape, or form.
Can be problematic and frightening. I love that we consider one another our brothers and
she just adapts other people's personalities, and here we are.
Sisters. I love that about Mormonism. It taught me to be empathic. It taught me to care about everyone, that that we are, our brother's keeper, to be compassionate, to help one another.
Oh yeah.
It also can help when it comes to being a victim, though, even a victim of abuse or coercive control or domestic violence. It creates this idea that one has to forgive over and over and over again when you are in a relationship that is unhealthy and you think, but I'm to love them. I have to help them. They're they're my brother, they're my sister, they're my eternal spouse even. I think that this idea that we have to forgive and forget, and everybody's human, and people make mistakes and they can repent and overcome, or it's an addiction.
It's just, Robbie, that doesn't shock me at all. I'm telling you, the competition and the competitiveness in these spaces and the pushback, they do not like.
These are the things actually I talk about in my book.
That's why her little whisper campaign, she escalated it to a heckling campaign that she is in charge of.
Escaping emotional abuse, because you're taught that if you love the Lord and they love the Lord, then everything should be okay. And if they're attending church and they hold a high position of power, or they haven't been excommunicated, then certainly they're okay. I think this idea of excommunicating can be very, very dangerous. I wish we'd do what the Catholics do. Once a Catholic, always a Catholic, because this idea that it's a measurement of worth and soul and sin and whether or not you can trust someone, super dangerous. Just because someone is LDS and can attend the temple. You know who was attending the temple? Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. You know who else was? Elizabeth Smart's kidnapper. I hate the temple. I've always hated the temple. To me, the temple is just a place where people pretend.
How can you be LDS and state you hate the temple? This is why it's shocking to me that she hasn't been excommunicated. The way she speaks about the LDS religion. Again, how does this exist for Lauren?
And to be something when actually
you hate the temple?
They're not. The idea of
and here we go with book promotions. I feel like I'm on Dog the Bounty Hunter's book tour again. Good Lord.
The idea of, if something's broken, you fix it. Again, this idea that everybody can be made whole again in Christ's eyes. He's our judge. We don't judge people. These are the things I learned growing up that I find beautiful.
Bad press.
They're beautiful. They
don't really excommunicate many. And then if they do, then they're allowed back in. Unless you're Ballard, then you get excommunicated and then you threaten to expose the church in a major crash out from a bunker in Syria with gunshots being around you. That guy's a shit show, and I love it.
Taught me compassion and love and empathy and forgiveness. And at the same time, it makes us victims. And it makes us gullible, and it makes us not stand up for ourselves or for bad behavior. Or as I say, to just tell somebody to fuck off because they don't deserve your compassion or your love. Those are the things we don't learn. So there's this balance that creates this victimhood, or like I said, to trust someone because they're in this position of authority. This idea of authority and trusting authority. Although,
what Lindsay's referring to is after John Dehlin posted their interview with Lauren on July 14th, he got an email on July 16th from somebody by the name of Felicia O'Shea. She showed it in her video the other night. She showed that John had gotten that one and sent it over to her because she was collecting evidence.
I tell my son, question authority, just not your mother. But, question authority.
She's talking about an 8-year-old here.
This idea that there is no ultimate expert in anything. And maybe the ultimate expert we're all worshiping, which is Jesus Christ. Maybe we need to understand that Jesus Christ is someone that we can look up to, but there is no ultimate expert. There's no ultimate authority. These are the things that can make those that are LDS.
Yes, Nikki. Yes. I'm not even joking. And the only place Ballard has to go anymore is the last dispensation. That's the only place he even will take him on anymore. Ballard's having a major crash out. And it's incredible.
Or religious. Victims.
Talking about the LDS satanic sex rituals and shit that go on. Oh, yeah. He's pissed because they won't retract their statements about him.
Victims of abuse. And I think it's so important to process this together as a community because, like I said, there are also beautiful things in the faith that you don't have to necessarily throw them away, but we've got to talk about it. And this idea that the church will say no one should be married to an abuser. No one should be with an abusive person, and you can divorce someone that's abusive.
They're just not a temple recommend Mormon. They just don't follow the doctrine and the covenants like closely or wear their garments or anything like that. Nothing, they're still LDS. But for her to say she hates the temple, that's very strange.
Okay, sure. But what are we teaching?
Because at one time when she served her mission, she had to have felt differently about it.
Forgive the abuser. Everyone can be made whole in Christ. Everybody can repent. They need therapy. That it's an addiction, but they're your brother, they're your sister. If you're broken, you fix it. You don't throw it away. And this idea that, that you're with someone eternally, which I also think is beautiful. That's like so romantic. It's so romantic. And like, I want to.
Okay, one more side note on the Ballard stuff, because you guys know, if you've been around a while, that's my favorite person to like make fun of. It brings me great joy. Tim Ballard is a complete piece of shit. But his new movie coming out November 14th, Angel Studios didn't even produce for him and crowdfund it. He had to get some company called Spanglish. I'm not even joking.
Be with my husband, who I consider my soulmate forever. We got married in Kolob Canyon, and that was like a part of our like vows, like the idea that we can't make it there without one another. It's like such a cool metaphor, in my opinion. But yet, when it comes to being a victim of crime, it's a horrible manipulative tool to use on somebody. You can't divorce someone because
sure does, Kay.
We've got this family, and you're going to break up our eternal family. That's bullshit. Get out.
No.
You can be with the person you love the most forever, and you don't need to worry about that. Things like that. So
yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I could see, as you're describing this, such a contrast in language when comparing like.
Oh, Mrs. Fancy Pants. Yeah, he's a trip.
What some of these potentially dark impulses are within the church. For example, repentance. A big word we use in our family with our kids is repair, which can only be done between the person you've wronged. I can only apologize to my kids. I can't go repent to a God and be good with God if my kids haven't been, if the repair hasn't been done between the person I've wronged. And things like authority. And I do see
a lot of people think that there's infidelity potentially in those messages. Oh, here's the thing about Mormon religion. So, Jessica, a lot of the people within the wards, especially in Utah, there's a lot of doctors, attorneys, chiropractors. But as long as you have a prescription, and there's a lot of Mormon doctors, there's a lot, actually, a lot of my doctors here are even in Arizona are Mormon. Don't ask me how I know that. I do. Especially like my dermatologist. He is very devout Mormon. Anyways, as long as you have a doctor's note, that's why like prescription abuse in the LDS religion is so high, because as long as you can get a doctor's note for it, it's fine. It's not breaking the rules. If you can get a doctor's note that says that you are allowed to have a beer every day, then there's nothing they can do. Even though it's against the doctrine to drink, if you get a doctor's note for it, you're fine. So that's why prescription drug abuse in Utah is extremely high. Benzos, narcotics, whatever the case may be. As long as you have a prescription or a doctor's note for it, you can do whatever the hell you want.
The church seemingly making an effort to adapt some language, but because there's so much baggage with this old language, like authority, maybe we should call it stewardship, but then you also have to change the whole story you're telling about what makes it.
And it becomes like a family issue too, because they share prescriptions and stuff. Yeah.
A bishop. It's not what's the word where they can spot problems. Discernment. It's not some like some infallible gift and expertise and all this stuff. It's that they're responsible for caring for people, so I think it's like language, but also the story around that language really needs a lot of.
But if Mormonism changes everything it would need to in order to give people a healthy framing for human life, it probably has to change too much to still be Mormonism.
Yeah.
The slut shaming thing seems to stem Carrie from a deeper issue from her past. I didn't hear like anybody accusing her or potentially even suggesting infidelity of anything is not necessarily slut shaming her. Kissing, like her being accused of kissing some guy that she lived with, is not slut shaming her. Like her terms are so weird.
I mean, yeah, I'm a little. I think fewer and fewer people. I think there's still a lot of people who care that it stays what it's always claimed to be. I think there's a lot of people.
In other words, how can Mormonism teach healthy consent while still maintaining loyal obedience to the top 50?
Yeah, if you are not temple recommend, or you are not LDS, or even if you are LDS and you do not have a temple recommendation, you cannot go in to a temple for the sealing, which is the marriages. They usually have a ceremony afterwards, not like the wedding ceremony, but they are in their temple garments to be married or sealed in the temple. Non-Mormons or non-temple recommend Mormons cannot attend, but they usually have like a celebration afterwards where others can attend.
Team, for instance, how can the church walk away from sexual?
Now, let's not even get into the second anointing, because that does happen. People still try to say it doesn't. It absolutely does. And if you have been selected, which is usually wealthy white men, just going to say what it is, elderly, wealthy white men who potentially will leave a lot of money or have given a lot of money to the Mormon church, there is a ceremony called the second anointing. And even if you've had the second anointing, I think it also helps or falls to the wife. So the wife too would fall under that, but it's for the men only. The wife has to wash their feet. But if you've had that second anointing, you can get away with anything, including murder.
Sin is next to murder when
they believe that they are forgiven of everything, including those most heinous crimes.
it's inside its scriptures. And the first one you came on and said, Keenan, was this idea that the framing we have for our youth is young men and young women, which now forces all of us, both ex-Mormons and historical nuts, whenever we're talking about, I don't mean nuts as in crazy, I just mean people who delve deep into the history, that anytime we talk about polygamy, I'm almost forced as an ex-Mormon into this language of Joseph Smith married young women. And that's not real. He married children. He had intimate relationships with underage children as young as 14 years old and talked to one about.
See, this is why I love Bill right here. He's like, wait a second here. Let's talk about the facts. Watch her face.
A future relationship as young as 12. Mormonism has too many things that are unhealthy that it can't just change all of that overnight.
Where'd your proud Mormon face go, Lauren? He's spitting the facts.
And maybe doesn't even want to.
Yeah, I think the window of opportunity is as people leave, like myself.
RFM's picking eyelashes.
Talking to my mom. I think my mom doesn't care that the church maintains the story that she's always known her whole life.
I love Bill.
Because now she says, my dad was a good man who wasn't Mormon, talking from her perspective.
I was really disappointed to see her use RFM and Bill and John DeLynne's platforms in this whole bullshit PR too.
Grandparents were Mormon. They're good people. And a God that is going to exclude them from heaven and going to keep me away from them is not a God I want to believe. So she's happy just saying, I don't get it, but I don't think the way they're teaching that makes sense. And when I chose to leave the church, she doesn't.
But too fringe and not enough money.
She discarded all the beliefs that would keep her from maintaining an eternal relationship with me, whether I believe in it or not. So I think as more people leave, the opportunity is to say, we need to be more open.
Another good documentary for anybody to watch is Under the Banner of Heaven. It's on Hulu. Great show.
To interpretation and allow more people to fit themselves, their loved ones, and the things they care about into this framework, because people, it's too hard to
really good. Hey,
thank you so much. Big fan, Lauren. Thank you for doing this, and keep it up.
Thank you very much, Keenan. And it looked like there was a light coming down over Keenan's face. I thought it was going to get translated there any second.
Freaking RFM. RFM is, he's not this like serious, like they talk about serious topics, but he's very lighthearted. So
we got one other person who's on the line. It's not is this Allison? It looks like Randall Bell.
Not Allison. Hi, Randall.
Hi, Lauren. Hey, I'm just really enjoying your thoughts here. And I got a question about self-care, how you deal with it. And I'll tell you the perspective I'm asking from. And that is, I study disasters in my career. And, I've worked on the
very connected people, very intelligent, smart people around these spaces.
O.J. Simpson case, John Benny Ramsey. But I, like you, what piqued my interest is when you said you don't have morbid curiosity. Because when I got called on Heaven's Gate, they asked me to come right down, and I said, I'll wait till the bodies are out of the house. I just didn't want to see that stuff. So my question boils down to, do you do kind of the normal self-care stuff, or do you have you found anything special? Because when I'm done with work, I don't really talk about it much. RFM knows this. We rarely talk about, if ever, talk about crime. Although you're a criminal defense attorney, RFM, and I deal in crime every day. But I just kind of shut it off and go to the beach. What is it, insights that you have on self-care?
That's a work in progress. I'll take advice. Any you have. I have a psychiatrist appointment where I'm hoping to ask him for anti-anxiety medication.
Okay, that's a point. I'm going to back that up. Okay, I want to talk about this though for a minute. Why do you think Utah is the MLM capital of the world? Why do you think most MLMs? Because the same foundation that I'm telling you, the missionaries themselves, I'm going to ask a couple of the boys if they would come out and talk. They can tell you doctrine that is taught that translates into these MLMs. They can point it out. That's why I think I'm so protective of the missionaries that we spent time with too. Most of them are no longer. And again, it had nothing to do with us. Like, I wasn't close to them to try and pull them out of their religion. We learned and like gathered information together. It was incredible. I was like on my healing journey and they were figuring out what they believed in. It was truly interesting because we'd sit and talk for hours about like, well, this doesn't make sense and this doesn't make sense. Well, if this makes sense, it was great. But yeah, there's a lot of crossover. I'm going to back this up just 1 second because I want you to hear that again from her. His question's very valid. Like, how do you do self-care? How do you unplug?
I'll take advice. Any you have, I have a psychiatrist appointment where I'm hoping to ask him for anti-anxiety medication.
Listen to how she's laughing though. Again, this is August 13th. In this time frame, she built this whole entire story, this 9-hour production the other night about how her mental health had been so impacted. And here she is laughing about having to get on antidepressants.
No, I need to work on self-care and I'm still processing it. I'm lucky to have a significant other that's my co-host that I can process things with. That, and I mean that sincerely. That's not like a cop out or a joke. I am lucky to have that. Not many people are able to go home to that, right? But that's not that we both need more. And I think that I work a lot and it helps me to avoid.
She also didn't talk about Dr. John's or Dr. Babe's declining health in this one either.
My lack of self-care. So it's, I need to work on it. So any
basically
advice
you're
you have, I
suppressing
am fascinated by your career right now. What do you have a PhD in? May I ask?
Socioeconomics is kind of an overlap between how sociological issues, specifically disasters,
Yeah, they're
affect
good kids.
the economics of what's going on. It's
Wow.
a really weird.
They're just young men and women trying to figure out life. Same as any of us that were in that age range. Yep, they're just normal, typical kids. Some of them believe, some of them it's just their families. They're just normal kids.
Narrow niche.
But he's the king of the niche.
I am the king of the niche, yes.
I'm fascinated, and the cases you've covered are fascinating too. Email me. We should talk because you're fascinating.
Yeah,
but
I mean, the one that really hit me emotionally, because I see a lot of crimes. I'm about to go up to Northern California, as a
Rubicon has it passed Scientology. I know Scientology and the LDS go back and forth, but I think you're right. They own more property and land. Shit, they own most of Utah and a lot of other states too.
serial killer thing our office was involved with. But the one that hit me really hard emotionally, which surprised me because I've seen a lot, was the Pulse nightclub in Florida with the gay nightclub that was shot up. And the owner took me inside there, and I don't even want to describe it or I'll break down, but it was so horrific.
This guy's very educated. Again, there is a lot of really connected people. Oh yeah, multi-billion-dollar business. Absolutely. I don't know. I did, Nikki, somebody, I don't know who's in here. One of the girls might remember what she actually said. It's an offshoot of Pentecostal, if I'm correct. Kristen, are you in here? Do you remember the name? Is it Holiness? She gave it some weird name for the belief system she was raised in.
And that's where I just thought I got to pay attention to self-care. And I'm always intrigued with people that deal in a similar or peripheral area.
10%.
Because, there's so much you can take. The World Trade Center, I worked on that, and I was there when the flames were still coming out of the ground. That really hit me hard emotionally. So I'm just kind of like, I want to take care of myself. I want to do my job. And we got a great.
Here's another interesting thing. If you are not LDS, or an LDS contractor, you cannot work on a temple. The temples are made out of marble. They are some of the most costly buildings to erect. and that's not a joke. Like, they are extremely costly. But if you are not LDS or you are not an LDS company, you cannot build a temple. They'll hire some subs, some subcontractors, but very, very rare.
Track record in the courtroom. But I also don't want to, blow up, emotionally from the stuff I see every day.
A lot of people ask my husband about this too. He does this, more like you as a
One I'm not super familiar with. Pentecostal, I'm extremely familiar with, unfortunately. But the holiness Pentecostal part of it, I wasn't sure. But I think that's what she said was holiness or something.
I chose to get into true crime. But, let me be honest, though. I chose not knowing how much we'd grow and not knowing how many cases we'd cover. And I'm going to be very honest. It's hard. Sometimes I'm like, can I just take a month off because this is hard. And now it's a family business. And so it's I've got to keep going. And we also get the emails and the people that need us. And I do believe that we bring value, and I do want to help. And so I keep going. My husband also, though, who's done this in his career, many people will ask him that as well. And he, I'm trying to even think what he said. He doesn't have a great system, but he has sort of explained how.
I can't answer that accurately of every temple, but I do know that there's a lot of crossover with LDS and Freemason.
He does sort of just like have to take a break. This is one thing I've learned about him. He'll go in for the interview.
This is when Kyle needs to be home because he knows this shit.
The evaluation, and he'll come back home and have like a lot of empathy. Like he listened for so long. It was hard. And then as he starts writing his report, I've learned that he starts to get angrier at the perpetrator. And then he feels anger. And that's actually oddly when I feel like he needs the break, is after writing that entire report. And I think one thing he has said is, he's suffered, and he talks openly about this, so I can too. My husband suffered with depression his entire life. And I think for him, sort of dealing with the darker things in life is, almost like a natural thing and something that he doesn't avoid. Like it's, I don't know, but somehow he has said that he's always sort of been drawn to this, like processing the darker things in life. But it's hard. It's hard. We have the same thing. We had a police officer listen to us and write us an email where he said he listened to our entire Beyond the Veil series and he wept. His wife had been trying to get him to listen. And
imagine that, a police officer.
He thanked John for humanizing these people that he was a homicide detective he'd been dealing with for years. Because for people like you and him and my husband that do this day in and day out, quietly, privately, I think it affects you guys in ways you don't even know, that you can't even process. And that's what he wrote us and said. He's like, as a homicide detective, I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never listened to true crime podcasts. And my wife finally convinced me to listen to you, Dr. John, and said, I found myself just sobbing, but oddly, thanking us for humanizing the people that he'd been dealing with. And I think I don't have any solid answers for you, but I just want you to know that it affects people severely. And I think one reason that there are victims that are attending CrimeCon, and there are victims that are listening to us, and people like you that are listening to us, is because that in some ways that is self-care. Like when you
attending CrimeCon, self-care,
humanize a crime, and when you talk about it in ways that we can process our own lives, that in itself is what victims sort of need. That's why they're attending CrimeCon. That's why they're listening to crime, and in an odd way that is taking care of yourself. To almost be like, I don't know how to handle this. And
all three of them are like, what the fuck is she talking about?
I am human, and this is hard. That is why victims are here tonight and will be speaking at CrimeCon. And I think, like I said, going back to what I have been able to do, I am lucky.
Can we get a solid answer? Can we get just a straightforward answer? Everything is dressed with ranch. The word salad buffet just got tossed ranch on. Yeah, I've never noticed this. But again, when I have listened to her, I didn't listen to her for facts, hard-hitting truth. I guess that if that makes any sense. I go to reporters like Lynn Packer for Mormon stuff or things like that, or research on my own. I didn't listen to her as this So I guess I didn't pay close enough attention before, but what the hell?
That my, significant other is in this with me so that, when our son isn't around, we can process this together and deal with this together.
Yeah,
But I do think there needs to be
agreed.
more conversation around crime that isn't just saying this is a morbid curiosity, because it's not. All of us have to deal with crime. And that's what I keep going back to for people that say, why are people into crime? Because that is being human. Because look at this, like we're all facing it. The atrocities walking in to that nightclub and seeing that. I saw the autopsy photos of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan, and I will never forget seeing
Rowena
JJ
child.
with a little 7-year-old with duct tape across his mouth. Well, it'll be in my brain forever. One of the worst things I've ever seen in my life, forever. That's even.
How do we get here with these simple questions?
And so I think to understand that processing crime and talking about this together isn't unhealthy. It's healthy because this is therapy.
Is there some sort of weird correlation here between her child and JJ? I don't know.
For so many people.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I heard once that really hit me was behind every statistic is a person. And we're in the business that sounds like your husband's into and that I'm in, you get to know these people. I lost it once. I was giving a speech and some guy in the front row, he raised his hand and made a really nasty remark.
It became a piece of her identity. Their story has become a part of her personality, her identity.
About Denise Brown. And I lost it on him. I told him to fuck off, go to hell in front of the whole crowd. I didn't care because I know Denise and I know what she went through, and
Yeah, I like this Randall guy. I really like Randall a lot. He's my type of people. Fuck off, go to hell.
And
humanizing,
so, like,
you humanize. She's a human. Yeah.
So I mean, I guess that's what a lot of people do is they, I've talked to firemen that say, they have kind of a morbid sense of humor, but I guess that's a coping mechanism. That's really not my style. But anyway, I've taken enough time. I just wanted to see if you had any special insights and appreciate it. I'm new to you and your start listening.
Right. And you know what? You mentioned dark humor. It's not really your thing, or humor isn't your thing. I want to say it's actually become a big kind of part of me. And I have compassion for people that do use some dark humor. And, you'll see that with police officers too on a crime scene, and they'll be joking. People are like, on the body cam footage.
Okay, this kind of seemed like self-preservation. Like whatever I said about these people, maybe I'll just classify it as dark humor, whatever she said about victims in these text messages, because she quickly, it's becoming part of who I am. Oh, really? Is it? Or is this just an excuse for what's in these text messages and shit you've said about people?
It's actually become a big kind of part of me. And I have compassion for people that do use some dark humor. And, you see that with police officers too on a crime scene, and they'll be joking. People are like, on the body cam footage at a crime scene, people are like, how dare they? And I think if you don't laugh, sometimes you cry. And, and you know what? Some victims, like I know.
I can. Yeah.
I know that with the Lori Daybell and Chad Daybell case, like you, we became very close to the surviving victims of that case. And they had to joke. I would go every weekend during Chad Daybell's trial. I would do breakfast with Kay and Larry Woodcock, whose grandson JJ was murdered, Tyler's murdered, as well as Tam.
I can talk. I can lay out a show for like 12 hours, but of course I'm playing clips and like showing stuff. I can't just sit there and talk at a camera. No way. I couldn't, especially with the emotional roller coaster of all like the performative crying, and no way. Absolutely no way. I'd be exhausted after an hour of that shit.
Tammy Daybell's aunt for 3 or 4 hours every night of the trial. Or not night, sorry, every Sunday of this week's long trial. And we would sit there for like 4 hours, do these brunches, and we would laugh. And we would be making fun of Chad and Lori in ways that it might be hard for some people to understand, but in many ways, sometimes too, that is a coping mechanism and
excuses
and self-care that also people need to be a little bit more compassionate about. I mean, we were, just, everything. So yeah, that was something I did with JJ Vallow's grandparents and Tammy Daybell's aunt every Sunday during the trial. And we would laugh and just make fun of these idiots. But in the end, it's not funny. They killed their loved ones, murdered them. And yet sometimes you just have to let that dark humor happen too. And it's not wrong.
Oh,
no, I get it. And I hope I didn't say, sound, virtue signaling or self-righteous.
No, not at all. You said it didn't work for you. You said it didn't work for you. Which made me think,
but it's more pull my finger humor. But, the dark humor stuff is not doesn't do it for me. But
Yeah.
I like you. I get it why people do it. And if I were in their positions, I may be doing the exact same thing. But anyway, I'm always looking for ways to just take better care of myself, considering the business I'm in. So appreciate your time.
Yeah. And I wish I had a better answer. Many people ask me, and
I thought
it's
that was
hard.
a great answer. Basically,
Okay.
you work really hard and you suppress everything, is what I heard, Lauren. Well, actually, the good answer part was about how what you do.
This channel is called Mormon Discussion, but it used to be it's RFM, Radio Free Mormons channel. Highly encourage anybody to go over there. They have some great topics. I really enjoy them.
Helps other people process their stuff. And so what you do helps people through therapeutically, at least a lot of people.
Yeah. Thank you. Good. Thank you for understanding what I was trying to say.
No, I think you said it great. Randall, thank you so much for calling in. I've got one more slide to show Lauren, and then we're going to leave. I want you to talk about this as little or as much as possible. This will be a complete surprise to you. Randall, thank you again.
Randy.
Have a great night. I'll talk to you later, okay?
See you guys.
All right, bye-bye. And that one slide now is this. The Derek Gordon homicide investigation. We did a 3-part series on this at Mormonism Live a couple of years ago.
You covered
and then I
crime
got
too.
a phone call from you. Was it half a year ago? Time flies. It was
you
some
talking about
substantial
Bill?
amount of time ago.
You mean Bill? Bill's facial expression. I mean, look at Bill's face right now. I can't. You can go back and watch this half the time, and their facial expressions, like trying to process what she's saying and keep on task, I'm sure was a challenge. They did great though.
This subject up.
Yes. Yeah. I know this well. See, you guys are a crime channel too.
Yes, well, we would do it full time if we had any sense about us.
Crusha.
Sweet Derek. Yeah.
Did you want to mention anything about why you called me and your thoughts about this?
This is heartbreaking. There's Bonnie Cordon. Bonnie Cordon was she the Young Women's president? Remind me, was it Young Women's?
Oh my gosh.
She's now the president. She's now the president of University of
South Virginia University.
South Virginia University. But
yes, and so for everybody who doesn't know, okay, I'm so sorry. I just kind of sprung this. I was expecting everybody to know exactly what we're talking about. Perhaps that's not fair.
Well, I think many people don't know, which is why this is fascinating.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah. So what happened is Bonnie Cordon, who is a person of some eminence in the church, and she got where she is in church leadership by not doing what the prophet said for women to do. Instead, she
Here's the information on her. Was the 15th general president of the Young Women Organization of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS Church, from 2018 to 2023. I think she might have actually spoke at the general conference Kyle and I attended. I need to ask him, but I'm almost thinking she did speak at general conference on behalf of the Young Women's Group.
Pursued a career, and it paid off.
A few of them. There was like 2 or 3 different women that spoke on behalf of the Young Women's Group.
So she had started telling the story, especially in one particular instance. There's been 3 venues in which she's told this particular story differently, a little bit differently, to stress different points.
Crusha is difficult research. I've always liked Crusha a lot, but I know she is she was initially on Lauren's side. She was in there supporting her, but I don't know if she has came to the realization that there's much more to this. I'm sure she likely has. I don't know where she stands, but I wish nothing but the best for Crusha.
But she had made this, and it might have been in the Hear Him video, I think, where she talks about this as one of them. And she talks about her grandson, who's Derek Gordon. So that's her son's son, who tragically passed away during a family vacation to Florida, to Disney World in Florida.
I was in so much shock by the money that they put in there and everybody that crams in there like ants. The whole thing, the tabernacle choir, everything. It's an experience. It's like the Super Bowl again. It's wild.
Hotel they were staying at during the evening after a day at the theme park.
Yes.
And she tells it to make a spiritual point. But then somebody out there.
Oh, she's not, Lisa?
Well, she's given us enough information. I guess I could see if there's any police reports. No, it wasn't the police reports. It was the health and social.
I'm sure it's hard for a lot of them to realize that they've been used or misled to.
Social services. It was basically CPS, Florida CPS, I believe, who did a report about this. And somebody got a hold of it, right? And they put it up, I think it was at Reddit. And that raised more questions. And so I thought, well, what the heck? I'll do a FOIA request.
Yeah, Crusha pops in here. Her and I have bounced off of Ballard stuff because she's like me. She likes the Ballard stuff too. So Crusha and I have had quite a few talks. She comes in here occasionally. I've always really liked Cresha a lot.
because I think it was Orange County. It was the sheriff's office.
Sis, you should have been a detective. Is really good friends with Cresha too, who comes around quite a bit. Donna's great.
I got some things back. And then in the things that I got back, as typically will happen, as
I'm
you
glad
probably
to know
know,
that
Lauren,
she's doing
there are
that.
things in there in police reports that I have that reference things that I didn't get.
Right. Right.
So I requested the things I didn't get and explained to the custodian of
interesting.
records why it was that I know that they exist because they're in the stuff you gave me. And they said, no, that's it.
We'll see.
So at that point, I sent a nice letter to the sheriff, her boss.
Me too.
I sent I think I sent the letter to her, and then I CC'd the sheriff and made it very clear I was CCing her boss. That's probably the way.
Ballard's always been a creep. I hate to say that. He had a lot of people duped, and the way they astroturfed theaters and stuff with the Sound of Freedom, that man is a nightmare. That man is a nightmare. Like, I can laugh about the shit because he's crashing out right now, but the harm he has done to so many people and how many people, it's gross, and especially children. He's used children trafficking victims for his own self-serving need. He's a fucking gross piece of shit.
I did it. That I really wanted the stuff because you're holding out on me. And boy, that was a real quick turnaround. And we got video of interviews for crying out loud.
Interview with Bonnie Cordon herself, a police interview.
Her and I
Was it
have
Bonnie?
gone back and forth with our Ballard coverage.
Did we get Bonnie
2 years ago?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
Yeah,
wow.
I called you. You got everything, and then we also requested and also have the police interview with Bonnie Cordon.
Oh my gosh, it was pretty exciting. Well, it's exciting in the sense of what we're talking about. Obviously, it's a terrible thing because the kid dies, and it looks like one of his parents probably killed him, which is pretty awful.
His death, sweet Derek Cordon's. It states, is it manner of death? I get manner and cause homicide. It states homicide. That's what's most important, I think, is that
Precia's very much like me too. She's very interested in all of the connecting pieces, but she's never tried to use that I'm a victim's family member. Like, she doesn't use that as her like authority. She researches and she can lay out the facts. We get really caught up in the research part of it and the connecting pieces. Like I told you guys, I printed out all of the Ballard court documents. I have stacks of them, and I went through and highlighted it. I enjoyed that kind of stuff though, because that guy needs to be brought to his knees. And the connection with Sean Reyes and shit, Glenn Beck, Tony Robbins, it's majorly harmful.
Not just saying that, it states it on the documents that you received from a FOIA request in Florida, that Derek Cordon's death is a homicide, which is why you have up Derek Cordon homicide investigation.
Yeah, I'm sure she's trying.
Bonnie Cordon herself was interviewed by police, as were others.
This has got to be a lot for them, though. This has got to be a lot to realize that their family has been used or duped, or that's a lot. So I'm sure she's processing and trying to gather her information.
And nobody's been arrested or charged in this crime, and we can call it a crime because it is listed as a homicide. And I think the thing that
she's welcome here anytime she's allowed here, and we will support Cresha.
Shocking to me that I am still most upset about, and why Hidden True Crime continues to look into this and has done our own FOIA requests and has been talking to you and to Bill.
No, it's usually if I've smoked. If I have a gummy, I go. If I've smoked, then I can usually talk for hours. If I smoke a hybrid, I can talk for hours. If I eat a gummy, I'm in the couch.
Is this idea that Bonnie Cordon, who was a leader in the church at the time, a well-respected authority, we've talked about authority, used this story.
Thank you for that super sticker. Do I have I don't know if I have a playlist or not. If I don't, I can go gather one. I think I might, though.
Of her grandson.
It's a lot around the Sound of Freedom. I'll go look. I don't remember. It's been a while.
His tragic death as a faith promoting story, not sharing the truth about what happened. She didn't mention her own police interview. And not just once, but multiple times used it. She also used it at BYU Education Week and other places, even shaming an airline attendant who didn't show her the compassion she felt she deserved when returning home, with Derek's car seat and no Derek. And that her speeches remain up there. I don't know what happened. I'm not going to pretend to know what happened. I've certainly speculated on what has happened. I won't speculate publicly. But the fact that this is a homicide and seems to be being covered up by a leader in the LDS Church, Bonnie Cordon. It's very upsetting to me.
Yeah, the police reports and the medical reports. Let's start with the medical report very quickly. Medical report. The conclusion was that the child had died of a brain hemorrhage caused by blunt force trauma. The parents were both interviewed extensively and in detail, and neither of their stories did anything close to accounting for the injuries that ended up killing this kid.
Nor did they stay the same. In my opinion.
Yes, their testimonies contradict each other in places, and the father's testimony contradicts himself.
Correct.
Right. For anybody who forgets, this is the story is that they're at the hotel room. It's in the middle of the night. Nothing untoward has really happened except the kid has been like crying or something. And then all of a sudden, he's not breathing. And boy, it's really so fuzzy and vague and contradictory right before.
I shared both. There's only 4 videos in the Ballard one, but most of them are under the Utah controversies. The court documents are mostly in the ones with the 4, but the Utah controversy ones has blanket training, Tim Ballard, Eric Mustos. There is stuff about the Attorney General, former friends of Ballard's, a lot of Operation Underground Railroad, Glenn Beck stuff about the Blaze, Sean Reyes, Catherine Ballard's venture, Children Need Families, things of that nature. So Lynn Packer information, there's all sorts of stuff. There's the Blaze Thibodeau when he went missing here. So there's the ones I shared with you guys.
Not breathing. If you
We're
know
almost
what I mean,
done with this.
the stories. And then they wait about, was it 20 minutes? Is it half an hour? They wait in the motel room. They don't pick up the phone and call 911 like I think most people would.
They don't go down the hallway to
okay.
get his or her sister, who is a NICU nurse.
There's a nurse in the family group in the room next door, and they don't go get her, according to the story.
A nurse
They don't wake up.
specifically in childcare emergencies.
Yes, and there's nothing about waking up mom or dad or anything.
So the 2 women's group was in the LDS Church, just for anybody not familiar with the language. It would be Young Women's, and then the older group for women is called Relief Society. So those are your 2 groups for women within the Mormon Church.
Just this whole blank space of 20 minutes to half an hour.
And women
and
cannot hold any seat above like the presidency for the Young Women's. They cannot hold any ranks in like the presidency or the quorum or anything of that nature.
And then instead of calling 911, I mean,
Oh
what the
my
hell's
God.
going on in that 15 to 20?
You know what blanket training is, Jay? I actually did a segment on it because Bonnie, Ruby Frankie's sister, talked about it. And it's disgusting. It's actually used in quite a few faith groups or religious groups outside of Mormon.
You know, when nothing's happening.
Really gross.
A lot's happening. And then the father, which is Bonnie's son, sends the mother in a car, in the rental car, to the hospital in a city they don't know, with a kid who can't breathe in the seat, the passenger seat next to her. And he doesn't go.
I'm sure she will. I'm sure Kresha does her research. I'm sure she will.
He waits.
And if she needs any of us to support her, we're all here.
And then later on, he joins them.
Can you imagine trying to drive a kid in an emergency to a city that you don't live in, that you're visiting for a vacation, instead of calling 911 while your kid is dying or dead?
No, he describes the experience, and it sounds like a horror.
I don't think that video is very long either, Jay, that I did on blanket training. It's very interesting. And I used Bonnie's video, I think, to explain what it is and how abusive it is.
Right.
Does.
Where her
Yeah,
kid is
the mother
basically
weeps.
expiring
I
in the
don't
seat
know what
next
it
to her.
is.
Yeah, she weeps
Sorry,
in her police investigation. You know, the mother. Yeah.
Well, I understand, and I know that you talked about maybe a collaboration, which was very nice on your part. And I know it hasn't happened, and now I'm holding you to. No, I'm not. I'm not holding
No,
you
you
to account.
can. You can.
It's just-
I haven't covered it yet.
We talked about how this isn't like your normal episodes. There's no charge. That's the first thing. There's no trial. There's no story that you would normally cover.
Right. The only thing we have is that Derek Cordon was murdered. This little boy. But right. That's in the documents. And you're right. I reached out. You two gave me all of your documents. You did. I want you to know you were pioneers in this. You did incredible work because it took you many, many months to get everything, and you had to push really hard. It's not always easy. After talking to both of you and receiving everything you had.
Isn't that interesting? She uses these other people to gather her information, and then she probably packages it to her audience that she did all of this.
Hidden True Crime decided to do our own FOIA request because we just felt we needed to see if there was anything else.
Oh,
And
right.
Just make sure that we had what police had. And
Did you get anything else?
Nothing extra, but I do believe we have everything now that you received. And I think that your work created that, though. We didn't have to wait and push as much as you did. We did have to wait. We had to wait months, but I think you really had to say, come on, there's more. And we didn't have to. They just said, there's more coming. Give us some time.
It's very fundamentalist. A lot of old school fundies. Yeah. In multiple different, not just LDS.
And then
I know there's been an awful lot of other crime happening, and a lot of it for Mormons. Is there any ETA that you think there will be for this show to materialize about Derek?
Yeah, I think soon. I've always said soon.
I'm catching that more and more, that she relies on other people and then somehow packages it and sells it to her audience, that she is the one that's gathering all this and this is all her work.
Because of the nature of this, as you pointed out, there are no charges. There no active investigation at this moment. Like there's, maybe there's an investigation that I don't know about, but nothing I can see that's active right now. For that reason, I've felt like I've had to script this really tightly, make sure I have every fact again. That's why I did my own FOIA.
Jay said that Crush has stopped in the court audio. That's on your main channel, right? Your Jay for Justice.
Quest 2 is I felt the need that this type of episode is going to need to be very tight and checked with a fine tooth comb. And so I've written it actually I've written it once, but then rewritten, gone over it several times. Don't have a
Fundy Fridays has a lot of content on blanket training, and the lady that wrote the book, the Duggars, used blanket training. There's a lot of different SECT outside of with the fundamental religions that use blanket training or adaptations and actually have pamphlets on it. Have any of you ever read the doctrine that goes out to LDS youth about how to keep their modesty, to not basically tease the men?
Solid.
It was updated in 2022, I think.
Ending objective. And I know that objective sounds odd, but at Hidden True Crime, one thing we always do is ask how we're going to bring value to these crimes and cases. And so it's just something I've been sitting on for a while and processing. And I've talked it out with many people as well.
The basic gist of blanket training, let me just explain that really quick, is you put a blanket out and you're teaching toddlers, they're not even a lot of times able to walk at this point in time, that if they crawl off the blanket, they're often smacked or something. It's a way to get them to submit. It's teaching toddlers how to submit. So they put them back on the blanket and they will use force or abusive measures to do that. So it's teaching them to be submissive. And a lot of them will do it just for church benefits. They train them this way so they remain silent and in one spot hours on end.
I think will be soon. But I feel like there's just something in the script. I don't know what it is. I'm glad we're talking about it because I feel like I'm waiting for this. Something. I believe it'll be soon. And you guys, I just want to commend you for.
It's another form of control. Absolutely.
Approaching the subject and taking true crime to your channel and talking about this in the 3-part series you did.
Mormons have a lot of strange rituals and things of that nature, but blanket training is used by quite a few different religions.
I think everyone should watch it, and Hidden True Crime is certainly on it, and we have been discussing it now, as you point out, for 18 months. And like I said, I think to me, where I am right now with my objective and how I feel about it, and there's a little boy who didn't get justice.
I've talked about it here and there, but I've never gone into full detail of everything in my life. It's a lot. I am still processing a lot of it as I go. I grew up, I'll give you a little backstory, just a little bit. I was actually baptized Lutheran. And then when my parents got divorced, my dad switched to extremist Pentecostal. And when we're talking like extremist, but I grew up being in churches with being engulfed with the Holy Spirit and speaking in tongues and laying hands on people and casting demons out of people. And after my parents were divorced, then it was the anointing rooms with oil because we were carrying a generational curse, and they would hold us down and lay their hands and pray the demons out of us. And I had a generational curse. And then it even escalated beyond that. The older I got, then it was faith healing. My oldest daughter is 23 and she has a lot of health conditions. And it was, well, if she just prayed for forgiveness, or if she did these certain prayers, then she wouldn't have, rheumatoid arthritis, things of that nature. So it's a variation that kind of borders into followers of Christ and Pentecostal. Very extreme adaptation. My one aunt and uncle were a traveling evangelistic group. They had 8 kids. They homeschooled all 8 of them. I've actually homeschooled a couple of years out of my schooling. My other aunt has a Christian academy. Yeah, it was wild, but they traveled and they all played instruments, and that's what they did. The girls broke horses and skirts. They weren't allowed to wear jeans until I was in my late teens. They finally allowed them to wear jeans. Yeah, crazy. We had perch-on horses and a wagon because at one point in time there wanted to be a section of land sectioned off so people could come live on the land and be self-sufficient and call it Mezpa.
That upsets me.
I got stories for days. I just never really sat down, and it's a lot. It's some of the stuff I choose not to remember either.
It also upsets me when people rewrite history. Bonnie Cordon's done that. To use something that is frightening, homicide of a child as a faith-promoting story, and to use that for your own benefit and your own ego, honestly, to rewrite this history of her grandson upsets me.
It takes a special kind of cynicism to do that, doesn't it?
And I'm sure she wants to rewrite her family's history for her own sanity, maybe, you know, her own.
No, you guys don't let your hearts break for me. It's just part of, this is where I learned that bad people do bad things and they can mask it behind whatever. My dad was an alcoholic before I was born and traded addictions. And he went from drinking to religion. He just traded addictions. That's why you'll hear me talk about people switching addictions from a substance, and religion just becomes the substance of choice. I have a lot of trauma from it, and I'm very open about that, but I am very at peace with where I'm at. Like, yeah, there's still things that fuck me up that I still look back on and I'm like, holy shit. But I'm not a hateful person because of it. You'll hear from the people I call out that I'm a hateful person. Like, I'm so miserable and hate everybody. I'm actually quite the opposite. I am super accepting of anybody. I am, as you can tell, I am blonde-haired, blue-eyed. So the whole bloodline thing, yeah. I mean, there's a whole lot. I got divorced, so I was the black sheep. I got pregnant before I was wed. So, my sister's been out of prison for drug addiction. And a lot of that was due to our upbringing. Pretty typical. If you've been around religious trauma, you kind of know.
It's what Lori Daybell continues to do behind bars when she says that her children were not murdered and that they're in a better place. That's certainly the denial that she is finding safety in. And I'm sure that Bonnie Cordon is, processing a family tragedy through denial, but not just denial, rewriting history and then promoting this history to the entire world.
It broke me for a long time. For a long time, I was, didn't know who I was, but I have an amazing partner that has helped me heal through a lot of this too. And he didn't come from an extreme religious background. So he's been very helpful with my interest in exploring religion and people's belief systems. And he's super supportive about it. And it's been very healing, like extremely healing. In my mid to late 30s to now, it's been the best. Like I wouldn't trade things for the world. I mean, there's pieces of my childhood I would trade, but there's also pieces of it that were really good too. So I try to focus on the good.
That again is to me an abuse of power and upsetting to me.
Which,
And
ironically, if she had not done, would not have come to anyone's attention.
no one would have known, but people are curious
you,
in this day and age. We're curious, and we can all do
I
our own
really
research
enjoy
from-
all of you guys being over here too. I'm one of the few channels like in this little overlapping. And again, no shade to anybody else. Religion's a hard topic. These are things we were taught to not ever discuss. Religion and politics, and they're two of my favorite subjects to discuss because I think the harm that can be done within those spaces and the control is so intense. So this is healing for me. People laugh when I say that. It really is. It's like therapy because we're not alone. There's a lot of us that have been impacted negatively by things like this. So I appreciate you guys being here and being with me for these conversations because they are a lot. It's a lot.
Our laptops. And because of those faith promoting stories, people were curious about how Derek died. And again, what it states, whether there have been charges or not, what it states is that this was a homicide of a toddler.
Lauren, thanks for being here. The book is Escaping Emotional Abuse. The podcast is Hidden True Crime.
Never say never. I think I'm about personal responsibility, and bad people do bad things and hide behind whatever they can to excuse their wrongdoings. A lot of sexual assault, a lot of harm is done, and then people use God to condone that. A lot of racism is condoned by the Bible and things of that nature. And it's like, no, wait, God wasn't white. What? God was a refugee. Huh? Like all of these things that are used, and then you hear people like so many that use it to justify their misdoings. I'm all about what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong.
Can people find your book and the podcast?
That's so kind. Yeah, and thank you for promoting my book. It's not something I've like fully promoted. I wrote it in 2019 until I was on Mormon Stories recently, and I do write it through a woman of faith. So I do feel like it's an important book to share on this podcast, as well as others where I finally talk about my own faith. And then
she
our
won't
podcast,
talk about her own faith on her channel. That's what's so crazy to me.
True Crime, you can find it
because
on
she
YouTube.
Wants to keep people guessing.
Hidden True Crime, or you can find it anywhere you listen to podcasts, Spotify, Apple, also Hidden True Crime. A way you can support us, for free is to leave us a good review on Apple. A way that you can support us is also the joining Patreon for a small fee a month.
Barbara,
where we
I really appreciate that. I really do.
Exclusive episodes, once a week, once every other week, where it's for
this is why I always like try to make sure everybody knows I'm not really into the true crime aspect of this, but I do like what intrigues me is the connections to the religion, the politics, the corruption, like those pieces of crime interests me. That's where I don't like the gory details of true crime, trauma, any of that stuff. I really don't. I watch documentaries. I will watch a few like cold case channels, things of that nature, but I really get interested in the religion and the to like where people are.
As well as a patreon.com/Instagram. For example, we posted an episode that no one hears except for our subscribers, and our podcast episode discussing the recent Manhattan shooting.
Sounds like Dog the Bunny, after he got involved in this lawsuit, this RICO and racketeering, because Dog the Bounty Hunter is a part of that RICO and racketeering injunction that was filed on Granny and Barbecue. He's one of the plaintiffs in it. After that, he goes, we find him at all of these churches doing these book promotion tours. Crazy shit. Sounds very similar. Next thing you know, she's going to be a part of At Night.
And this young man, Shane, who went in and killed and murdered 4 people before he was killed. And we discussed that for an hour with Dr. John Mathias, my husband, who is a criminal and clinical. He's a forensic and clinical psychologist. Princeton educated.
Tim, I find it really interesting, but I think she's fluffed his credentials more than he has potentially. She used it in every one of these segments. She uses his credentials.
Assessing criminals for nearly 3 decades. And John, because he's a licensed psychologist,
there.
I am on our public podcast and YouTube channel more than he is. And as we've grown, that's habit. We was together as we've grown, we've realized, and so a lot of what he does now, sometimes we do feel more comfortable behind a paywall. And so we have those.
Jay's over here like, let me start some fucking rumors. Let's make this shit fun.
A private subscriber only episodes as well for our supporters. So.
By the way, we got through all our phone calls without any hitches other than technical.
Yeah.
I bet she
it was Alice
panicked about who was going to call into that show. I bet she about panicked over that.
That wanted to say something. We never heard from.
Yes, I'm sorry about that, Allison. My apologies. That phone line. All of a sudden, we started using it, and it brought back these horrible nightmares.
That
about
emergency that Grayson called in and told them about seemed to non-existent. She was fine through this. I mean, just her typical word salad.
Phone line. I don't know what it is. It's like a satcom from the 1970s or something. Anyway, Lauren, thank you so much for being here. You are really a professional. I was shocked that you showed up. First off, I was shocked that you weren't going to be here. But then I was shocked that you showed up. And I was shocked that you showed up when your producer said, push it back 30 minutes. You go back and listen to it and you'll hear me going, yeah, I'll bet. I don't think she's going to be here at all. And that's fine. That's okay. Take care of business. But we got it handled here. And then you show up, your face shows up down there. And I look up here and it's exactly 30 minutes into the show.
Well, I want to thank my producer for making that happen. I won't share exactly what happened, but I'll say I had a doctor's appointment earlier today. It did not go well. And we learned that a half hour before your show, I had to rush back.
But it didn't go well.
It didn't go well. I had to rush back to the doctors. And I'll share it. So people are like, I had some possible skin cancer removed from my back.
Oh my God.
That's okay. So I'll just share it. At this point, it's like TMI anyway. People's minds might go worse.
That's like you're thinking, what are people going to think?
People are like going,
it really wasn't that
what
big a
happened?
deal.
Right. Yeah. There's going to be a rumor that I was pregnant or something tomorrow. So I might as well just share what this was. Which no, I'm not. So I had something removed from my back and they stitched it. All was well. And like 30 minutes before our show, my TMI, but sorry, it was TMI for me too. My shirt was drenched in blood.
I know the feeling. Different area, but I know the feeling, Lauren.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was like,
oh
my gosh, what's I didn't even know until I was going to change my shirt for this.
That was the emergency. Oh my God.
It was, and my poor producer who had the afternoon off because, Taylor Swift was debuting her podcast. In fact, I'm surprised we have anybody here because 1 million people are watching Taylor Swift's podcast debut right now. She was ready to roll. Taylor Swift's her girl. If you want to know about self-care, that's my producer's self-care. And I was like, here's
producer needs to go home and get away from you. She's not Lauren's nanny.
Where we are.
Your producer needs to learn healthy work boundaries.
To be on the show in a half hour, and I'm like, oh my god. The producer
needs to realize this could be a career ender for her if she continues down this road with you. She's too young to destroy her future career.
So she calls you. She's like, just give us half hour. She's calling my doctors while driving me back, and I've got a towel. And what's happening? So I got they took care of it. They got me right in because you have to. And we got there 15 minutes before my doctor's appointment closed. Stitched it. Everything's okay. And they thought it was no big deal. I was panicking, and here I am. So yeah.
And what a trooper and what a professional! It's absolutely amazing to me. Well, thank you, and thank your producer too. By the way, when she called on your phone. And
RFM just makes me happy though. The guy always has a way of just being so kind and genuine, and his smile, his little snicker. So same with Bill's. I just adore these two guys. I don't shame them at all for what Lauren's doing.
Minutes before she interrupted me and said it was a producer.
Oh yeah. Well, because I was just I don't do blood well, so I'm sorry to those that also funny, right? I'm in crime. I want to see the stuff that I've had to see. And I didn't want to, I was freaking out. I was like, call, tell him I'm coming, and then don't tell me what, so we got in the car and go off. So yeah, I'm good now.
It was very exciting.
Word professional is used way too much in this true crime space anyways, and it's given to people that you can't even verify their credentials. Deception detective is one I like to use. He claims that he is an attorney trained in statement analysis. The guy sells a deck of cards for $80 and teaching people how to detect deception, but you can't verify his credentials. He's anonymous. We have no idea what this guy is actually. He could be a patent law attorney. He could be a freaking stub toe attorney. I mean, we have no idea what he actually does, but people think he is this professional with all of these credentials. No, oftentimes these guys were beat cops and again, yeah, they might have some knowledge of the law when they were a part of law enforcement in that particular state.
like the shirt. I better be
That's
okay.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh. So anything you wear is subject to. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, it's
Well,
good.
I wish you the best. Thanks
Oh, no,
again for
she's
coming
a
on the
grown
show.
adult.
And hopefully we'll do this again sometime. Thank you again, Lauren. Everybody, big
She's
hand for
making choices. Just real interesting choices.
Lauren Matthias.
Thank you guys. Thanks for having me. This is fun.
Okay.
This is nice.
Bye-bye.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you
see
so much.
Uh-huh.
Talk to
Yeah,
you
it was really weird, Lauren.
later. Bye-bye.
Lauren.
I mean, RFM and Bill are great, but that was weird. That was really weird. Yeah, no, Dr. Snowflakes, you do not get to be a doctor today. I'm sorry. So sorry. But I got to share this again because we're going to leave it here on a freaking laugh. I still cannot believe he did. I've never watched Turtle Boy, so this is interesting to me.
This is going to be the reply to that.
This is
by
funny.
my attorney. I actually have many attorneys now. I have 4 attorneys now. We're not.
Yeah, she sounds like she's her nanny.
So this is in reply in support of request for civil stalking.
Did she just say she has 4 attorneys? Is that what she just said? This is a
What the fuck did he grab? Look at, I mean,
really serious issue. I'm really mad. I'm really mad.
Okay, ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is my response written by one of my attorneys. Thank you to my attorney.
What a clown.
Daston.
Oh my God.
In support of request for the civil stalking and petition. So in other words, free speech was a reason to not support the stalking injunction. And that I'm a public figure, even though public figures are often stalked. And I'm also going to point
Look
this out.
at his face too. Look at his dude. He's all trying to be serious.
Too, by the way, in this county where the
What are you guys looking at?
stalking injunction is filed, Utah County, it is exactly where Charlie Kirk was.
When he raises them though, oh my God, his eyebrows. What is he doing? No. This reminds me of something Whiteboard would do.
When he was assassinated.
Oh my
People
God.
wondered why I haven't talked about
There
that
it
case.
is.
First off, there's only 3 of us and we can't hit every case. Very heartbreaking case. But secondly, that is in this area and it's about a public figure
Oh my
who was stalked.
God.
And you know what? It
Oh.
scares me. That scares me. I am scared.
I'm scared.
And that was a very overwhelming case. And I have yet to cover that case. Same county.
It's like she's gonna, because it's in the same county. I'm gonna be killed. It's in the same county as Charlie Kirk.
Look at his face.
I'm really upset about this. My eyebrows are not moving at all. You can tell how mad I am about this, right? Oh yeah, I'm really upset. Charlie Kirk, they killed him in this county, so statistically, I am much more likely to be assassinated in this county. Bitch, you ain't Charlie Kirk. Stop it.
The freaking eyebrows, though. I called it. I said Lauren was making the worst decision ever, and she was going to find out what the Barbara Streisand effect was. But then I also recognized that most of these huge YouTubers didn't get there without controversy or doing some stupid thing. The next thing we need is just an apology with a ukulele. If we get an apology with a ukulele, no. What? She's responded to Turtle Boy? No. Lindsay, where's that? Oh my God. Oh, yeah. For anybody new around here, I mock eyebrows. I do. It's a thing. I'm sorry. We even have missing flyers for those eyebrows. This is she draws on one half the time. Sometimes she did on Twitter. Hold on. I go over to Twitter, but let me see what I can. So she's on X responding to people. Oh my God. Oh, let's see what I can find. Is it under her hidden true crime? No, it must be under Turtle Boys. Oh my God. You guys, look at this clown. You can't make this up. He posted this on Twitter. Oh no. What is, oh my God, what is happening? Who did it better? Oh my God. Oh no. Where does she respond? Anybody? Oh my God. What the hell? Oh my God. He's going straight to jail for harassment and stalking. He's stalking her eyebrows. Her eyebrows. Oh my God, Pelosi. You can't make this shit up. Pelosi's eyebrows. What the hell? Okay, Lindsay, do you know where the response is or what post it is under?
Yes. Not bad.
Oh my God, they did a meme. No, y'all, they are trolling this shit out of her. This is great.
Watch this. Not bad, but I can top that.
Oh my God. Oh no. No. Oh my gosh. Does anybody know what it is? Let's see. I'll just keep scrolling for a minute. Oh, actually, let me look at hers. Was she under her? I think I can look at it this way. Her responses. Replies. Oh, there it is. Found it. Here you go. He says, you are not a victim. She says, we can agree to disagree. Thanks for all you did for Karen Reed. Also, my husband ordered me the book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck during this hard time. I recall thinking Turtle Boy models this. Channel my inner Turtle Boy.
Drop it.
That's weird.
What's in your mouth?
What do you got, buddy?
He knows he's got.
What do you
something
got?
too.
What do you got that you're looking at sis like that for? Oh, it's his little treat. It's okay.
What if that was poop and you just stuck your hand in it?
It's not. It's always his treat. Leave him be.
Well, how do you
Hank,
just-
tell her to
I'd
leave
be
you
like-
alone. Yep, I found it.
What do you have in your mouth? He instantly stops chewing.
I know. He always looks at you like, you're not taking this shit from me. Go away. All right. Do you guys want me to do BJ's really quick? Or do you want me to save that for another one? Do you guys have like 30 more minutes that you want to spend with me and talk some shit before I get out of here? Let me see. Where is her bullshit from last night? Jay played this earlier. And there's just one piece of this that I want to talk about. Because, bitch, BJ, you said some dumb shit. Per usual. And I want to speak on it. Oh, by the way, if you see a video, I'm going to probably start using allegedly hidden, like the allegedly hidden. So if it's a BJ hidden true crime combo, it'll be something allegedly hidden or something hidden allegedly. Like, combine their names. So it'll just be on stuff like that because I don't want these bitches getting any more booty tickled about me viewing them and saying, by taking them, I am stuck. Whatever. Okay.
Come on. Other reason. I do have an attorney. And that's another thing that I'm sick of people asking. Where's the money? Tragedy Pimps Exposed. My attorney has the money.
What's he doing?
I've showed.
I thought this was a process. So what process is a part of this? Huh?
Every single. It's crazy to me.
Showed
I've
every
shown
single what?
every single what do you call that invoice that he sent? And
yeah, great. You showed invoices again. Carry on.
I've showed that I've paid it. And these people are still asking me
Your
where's the
subs
money.
paid that. So your subs, you raised way over $8,000, probably closer to 10. You asked for $10,000. You took a month for your mod to out you that it was only $8,000. Then you finally lowered it after you had collected way more than $8,000. You've been telling people since July 9th that you had a contract signed and that it was a process your attorney was handling. Again, all that we've seen you send out, I didn't donate, so I don't really give a fuck, but I'm going to continue to point out the obvious. You've sent 3 failed C&Ds. That's what your attorney has done for over $8,000.
What do you think I did with it? I gave it to my attorney.
And again, she claimed that this guy was a flat fee attorney.
$1,000. More than what is in my gift.
Oh, the OSHA announcement. I'm sorry, Chico. Hold on. Let me get the OSHA announcement just to make sure everybody is buckled up and safe. Hold on. Make sure safety first.
OSHA call them now reality? Really?
Well, I mean, you never thought you'd get this far. You never thought you'd get
Well, I never ever thought people would be this fucking crazy either.
I mean, yeah, I mean, who's crazy to anybody? Have you ever
Hey,
seen?
no, I've never seen anything like this, ever.
Who's ever been gone through like this? Wait, say.
Get your hard hats on. Your waiters pulled up.
OSHA call them now reality? Really?
We here at the Cabana are OSHA compliant. And if you need to make an OSHA complaint, please call the 1-800-GET-FUCKED number. They will assist you. Okay, back to this. Thank you for the reminder. Helmets, hard hats, steel-toe boots. We're wading into the shit.
Oh. What do you mean, where's the money?
Yep. Keep your hands inside the ride.
Where y'all asking the others where the money's at?
Where the money?
I mean,
money.
My God.
They require proof. Lauren had to go and provide proof that it meets the legal standard for stalking. A judge approved a restraining order for that purpose. So there's this disconnect where people think that stalking has to look a certain way. And I've even gotten a few comments.
Lauren has done that. I don't believe the worst about her. Oh, well.
Roxy, Roxy, I have paid. I showed that I paid already. Let me tell you, I have showed the invoices that were sent. I showed
created an entire story around it.
Receipts on the invoices that said I paid $2,000 4 different dates.
The dates and the invoice numbers are all fucked up.
Of $2,000, which equals in a total to 8. And I even shared an email from my attorney who stated he received the full amount, the full payment. I specifically said in the email.
There's so many issues wrong with that. I'm not going to detail all of that again, but there's so many things wrong with her receipts. I've done the back and forth comparing her stories before.
Mr. Harris, can you please confirm that I paid you $8,000 total for your services? He emailed me back and said, yes, you paid that amount in full.
We don't even know if it was him or his assistant that emailed back. We have no idea.
What more could I'm not going to share my bank statements.
Sharing her bank statements would do no good because she said that she couldn't even pay it. She had a limit on her card and she couldn't transfer that much in one day as is. And then they put a fraudulent thing on her account.
It's too personal. I mean, when we get to the point where invoices aren't enough, when I've shared.
The problem is your subs, again, are the ones asking for this. And they're the ones that gave you over $8,000. And you said your attorney was handling all of this, was going to handle all this. And all that has happened is your attorney has written 3 horrific C&Ds that did nothing. And then you turned around and attempted to get a no contact order, which was free.
There's no fucking way I'm pulling up my
What's your attorney doing?
literal bank statement so these people can zoom in and try to find something to hack into my account. I don't trust that at all.
Oh yeah, because everybody wants to hack you, right? Everybody wants Brittany's life. Everybody just wants her life. They're gonna hack her and take her money.
Nobody.
You too can have a Best Buy line of credit.
Should have to show their bank stuff ever. I mean, the invoice should. I mean, that's directly from my attorney. It's got his name, his insignia on it. It's got everything.
It has sent from.
I don't know.
It doesn't have his letterhead and all that stuff. It has sent from iPhone. Our wind just picked up here. Sorry.
How else more you want? I mean, that's more than anybody else is given.
You can sit there and show them the evidence, and they will still not believe you and attack you. It's terrible, absolutely terrible. Let's see. There was one other thing. Well, Stacy, are you there, my darling?
Yes, I am. I mean, she kept telling her subs that it was a part of the process, that her attorney was doing all these things and it was a part of a process. She said the other day that her attorney was looking into people wasting resources in her county. Only one that's wasted resources is her.
Okay.
She told him that he was going to be representing her through this no contact order. Then he didn't show up. And then they asked questions about that and said there should be complaints made to the bar. The guy didn't show up and she made some excuse for that. Now she is saying that wasn't part of the contract as is.
So
she can't get her stories together.
You sound like you're in the grassy knoll again, waiting to shoot at John F. Kennedy. Just saying, sounds like your face is in the grassy knoll. I'm here, don't worry, I'm here.
Hold on, see if I can do this without the headphones.
What? What the hell did I say? I don't even know what the hell you said. What did she say?
She's having a headphone issue.
Okay. Oh, okay.
She said she's in the grassy knoll.
Yeah, okay.
She's in the grassy knoll.
Right.
I thought so. Okay, Stacy, you did a lot of work tonight. You put some great stuff together about stalking. Do you want me to show the chart thing I have here?
Rowena, the other thing is we've heard that she doesn't even use like standard banks. So I don't know what the fuck she's doing.
Yeah, you have it?
Yeah, it's called let me get it here. Identifying Stalking SLII Strategies. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, let me pull this up. This is really good, you guys.
Yeah, and there are 4 pages, and each page explains the different parts of stalking. I mean,
Which
each
is
section.
great
Okay,
information.
so it looks like there's surveillance, life invasion, interference, and intimidation.
This is
I
so
would say
important.
that
This is so important. Reality says it's so important. Can't even take my head out of the pillow.
that has all 4 of those.
Damn, I hope she zooms into it because I cannot see that. But yeah, that is. Faye says he doesn't like her because he had a different opinion. Lord, what are we hearing? They don't want the truth. They want the drama. Exactly, Sam. That's exactly what it is. They want the drama. The drama sells. Let me tell you something. On this platform, you're rewarded dearly if you mock children and make fun of them, mock people's dead relatives, talk crap, and sway people from praying for kids with cancer.
Huh?
That's how I
swaying people from praying for kids with cancer. I'm sorry, but excuse me, what? Since when does everybody have to pray? And when does everybody have to pray for kids with, excuse me, what?
know the devil runs this world because
the devil. Are we getting rebuked? Did we get rebuked in this one? I feel left out.
Those are the people that are rewarded on this platform the most. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me.
I wonder how that's going to go. Do you think Lesniak in Pennsylvania responded to Granny or Rancher Harris? She was collecting more funds for that too. She needed more money for that. Interesting. Thank you, Janice.
Have happened to Lauren and Grayson and Dr. John. Absolutely. Do you want to go ahead and read this? I'll let you take it.
Here's a great example of faith manipulation by BJ. Like I said, I think her and Lauren are very similar. Just Lauren's a little more polished and has access to money and filler.
Okay, and this is from the Stalking Prevention Awareness and Resource Center. We'll provide the link in chat. I mean,
I'll got
in
it
the
right now.
description or
And in chat right now.
Yeah.
I'll do both. I'll do both. Here's
Yeah.
the link right now.
Okay. So we'll go, gosh, there's so much. I'll just do this. Surveillance. Surveillance is the most commonly identified stalking tactic and includes watching and gathering information about the victim. Has the offender followed you, watched you, shown up unexpectedly, gone through your mail or trash, sought information about you from friends, family, or other acquaintances, communicated with you in ways that seemed obsessive or made you concerned for your safety, accessed your accounts, for example, social media, online finances, planted a camera, GPS tracker, or other devices on your vehicle in your home, used
Hold on a minute. Let's go back for a second. Just for a second.
This is important. So
Pay
important.
attention. Yeah,
So
unplug, guys. Whatever you're doing extra, just, if you're playing a game or doing anything extra, just stop for a minute and listen to what she's saying, because this is important.
Stop, collaborate, and listen. Ice is back with a brand new edition. Something grabs a hold of me tight and fuck. Here we go again. By the way, if you're new here, when my brain becomes mush, I just start speaking song lyrics, usually wrong. But it happens, or I rewrite songs and I can't carry a tune in a bucket, but I do. Hold on. Ooh, hold up. Since she told us to pause, let me show you guys my pants for today. You guys are going to be so proud of me right now. I've worn pants 2 days in a row. Look at. These are from Shein too. They're just like silky. I guess that you could dress them up or dress them down, but they're just Shein pants too. Cheap hoe fashion. They were probably like $5. Don't spend money. Work it, girl. She's coming back. Don't worry. They're super, super comfy. Super comfy. Hank's looking for treats. Oh, this is the nicest part of this whole thing. They're super.
Hey, Reality, can you hold on just 1 minute? Can you talk to them for just a second? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Give it.
All right.
Literally straight 3 minutes is all I need. 3 minutes, guys.
Pika.
Yeah, catch me.
You will be proud of me. I am working on Simple Bitch merch. I have started working on a design. I'm actually doing it.
Eating my buglers.
Oh,
Buglers.
what kind?
Just the regular ones tonight.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. You got to see this big ass basket of candy I got. Oh my God. They had candy buy one, get one 50% off. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. They had candy buy one, get one.
I know. Knock it off. I know. I'm just so anal about this shit and I feel weird. But I have decided I'm going to do like the main logo will be Cabana, like official Cabana Club, instead of like nonsense, anything to do with nonsense. And then it'll be like the Simple Bitch line.
50% off.
And then the Islanders. What was the one? I've got it written down. Terry came up with it. Isolated by choice, together for a mission, or whatever we decided. I've got it in my phone.
And I bought 5 bags, but they were like mini bags. They weren't even that big of bags. And let me tell you something. Mars and Hershey's, whoever's over these companies, F y'all for shrinkflation.
I might have to get one that says Stalker and a Diet Coke can.
Like the candy, oh my God, it's not even a little square anymore. It's
not even bite size.
No, it's no longer bite size. And DiGiorno pizzas, they shrunk those again too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I had to do a double take at the box yesterday. I was like, that's a small pizza now.
Taco Bell. I went to Taco Bell today and got a one of the pizzas.
Mm-hmm.
It's smaller.
They made those smaller too.
$8.
Oh, that pisses me off. For one Mexican pizza?
It was $8.
You know, all that is a potato chip.
Hey, you know I understand it's not American made. In fact, I get it. You know, I know. But at the end of the day, this mom over here has 3 kids and a zoo of animals to feed and clothe. I work 2 jobs. I'm going to buy cheap clothes. That's just how it's going to go. It sucks, but
like
I
a
know
tortilla
my
chip.
daughter's like, Mom, I'm gonna have to start making it for you because we're not going to Taco Bell to pay $8 for this crap.
No, we'll just start making them for real.
That's what she said. We're just gonna make them.
Ignore Sam. She's like a resident hater.
oh my God.
Sam
I
keeps
love
it
Sam.
lively. He keeps it lively
Sam's disgusting.
in the chat. Yeah, I had them on my fingers, and then my kitty cat's in.
Stargazer, you're funny too.
Is that Stargazer as in JP? Stargazer? Is that Stargazer account? Is that JP's Stargazer? Did you just lose a Z on it?
All right, give me just a second. I'll be right back.
They were on my fingers.
Audacity, you in here? Is that the same one?
Okay. Yeah, I had them on my fingers, and then my kitty cat's in here. And he put his nose up to it. He's like, "Nah, I don't want any of that."
Oh, by the way, here is your reminder. Again, I'm going to start telling you guys about this every day. There will be a Halloween costume party on Duchess's channel on the 31st of October. Adults, costumes. It's online. Dress up. You can wear a mask, whatever. It's a blast. I am going to be putting my costume together this weekend. A few people know what I'm going to be. It'll be hysterical. Last year, I was a retired Hooters girl, but I highly encourage you to come have some fun with us, dress up, have some laughs with us. It'll be a good time. It's on my community wall too, so you don't forget.
Go, Silas. He's exploring now.
The normal Idaho mom, northern or southern Idaho, and welcome in. My family, most of them, well, my mom lives in Post Falls, and my brother and sister are in the Coeur d'Alene, Hayden area. And then my best friends are in.
Yeah, I'm gonna start making Taco Bell at home. No, I'm not.
I was a retired Hooters
I'm
girl.
not doing that. That was horrible.
I even had nipple tassels. I sure did. I had nipple tassels and socks filled with rice.
Boy, it didn't taste right. Sorry, I don't like the low-cal sour cream either. Ooh. Jody Lynn, thank you for your continued support and congratulations on
Absolutely. Sure can.
your milestone. Woo woo.
I'm a blunt. It's StreamYard. Okay. It's just
I gotta go see where my cat went to.
so she can have 10, I think 8 or 10 people up in boxes at once.
Silas, what are you doing? Come on.
Duchess, I'll get with you, and I will pay for one of the prizes too. Kyle and I will sponsor one of the prizes.
Come on. Go. You
Okay.
can't be all nosy and around up in here like that. End up
Hey.
breaking something.
All right.
I will not be happy.
Oh my God, Chico, you're going to burn the internet down if you do that. Yes, absolutely, Angel. I love Idaho. It's beautiful.
No, she doesn't have to show anything else. She's already done it, so they can just kick rocks. They can sit there and be all boohoo and all they like over there.
Yeah, let's add a few other ones. Kyle and I will sponsor at least one more for sure.
There, I don't care.
You guys will crack up when you see what I'm doing this year. I'm making my costume again.
But this information is coming from this SPARC. Kitty, are you talking about? Yeah, I think we're gonna be. Yes, I like the cooler weather.
I'm not
like if you're making pie.
Explains the different parts of stalking. I mean, each section.
Okay, so it looks like there's surveillance, life invasion, interference, and intimidation. I would say that has.
So we'll go. Gosh, there's so much. I'll just do the surveillance portion. Life invasion. is, has the offender repeatedly initiated unwanted contact with you, sent gifts to you, left objects, tried to initiate contact with you through third parties, spread rumors about you, humiliated or tried to humiliate you in public,
Agree.
impersonated you online, hacked your accounts, harassed friends, family members, or other third parties, sent photos of themselves or of you in locations that you frequent, invade your property, like letting themselves into your home or vehicle, shown up at places you frequent, for example, your gym, child's daycare, grocery store.
As Francisco, I've seen some reconstructions and then the nipples tattooed back on that are incredibly done, like how realistic they look and thing or stuff like that. I hate that anybody has to go through a double mastectomy, and if they choose to have, but I'm glad that's an option for people. They are really talented with what they can do with tattoos.
Now, those two are surveillance and life invasion.
Oh yeah, there's a connection.
Intimidation.
I highly encourage you, if you're interested in that rabbit hole, go down the rabbit hole of the LDS and the Freemason connections.
Context is critical in stalking cases. Many behaviors are intimidating when considered within the totality of stalking behaviors and with the victim and offender's relationship and history in mind. Has the offender threatened you explicitly?
I'm not familiar with Gigi, I don't think.
Or implicitly, in person or online. Threatened family, friends, pets, or others that you care about.
I know who she is, but I don't think anything stands out to me about her coverage that I recall.
To destroy property, harm pets, or to sabotage you in other ways. Blackmailed you. Threatened to share, post private information about you unless you perform. Oh, that's a...
Probably not. That's a probably no, Janice in accounting, but you never know. I mean, the guy's been home 24, 36 hours, and he's worked 16 of those.
The sextortion one.
Right.
So, engaged in symbolic violence, like crushed soda can or burnt doll that you perceived as a threat. Threatened to or actually harm themselves.
And thank you.
Done anything that has intimidated, frightened, or alarmed you. And each sentence is a different,
From like the legal perspective, is that what she does? I don't mind some of that. Now, I don't like all the law to people. Of course, there's some personalities. But I do like some of the breakdowns of the current stuff.
Thing that, which is part of intimidation. It's not all of them together. Each one is part of that. And then the last one is interference. Has the offender
the normal Idaho mom? Sorry, we'll get to this part of BJ, but now I'm chatty Cathy. Now I'm running my mouth. It seems to me going further and further back, and the more we're starting to uncover and realize the manipulation was in existence from jump. She really normal, Ava? See, that's the thing is because of the content I do, I usually watch the problematic people. So the like decent people, I usually don't even know who they are. That's the reality of this.
Significantly, and
I spend the time that I do in research of the crazy shit that I'm going to talk about. So I don't venture out a whole lot.
Directly interfered with your life, damaged your property or stolen from you, disrupted your professional and or social life, caused you to have.
Okay, this is going to sound really mean, but Megan looks like she's in her 20s when she's sitting here on camera, right here. She looks super young in this picture. But then when you see her on other videos, like her at CrimeCon, she looks totally different.
How many of these apply?
Totally different.
I don't even know. I didn't get to hear it, but I know they do. I know they apply. How people can hear
it doesn't apply.
Crazy.
How does this not apply? Let me go back just a little bit. All right, here we go.
Okay, and this is
BJ's spouse drinks on the nightly, and she has to stay muted because he is uncontrolled.
From the Stalking Prevention Awareness and Resource Center. We'll provide the link.
She's going to rewind again. Here we go. Sorry.
In chat. I mean, in the
right
description.
now.
Or
and in chat right now.
Yeah.
I'll do both. I'll do both. Here's the link right now.
Okay. You from front.
What?
You big blue, I'm big green.
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
He always says she has blue eyes. She doesn't.
Hold on, y'all.
All right,
Listen to that part.
and gathering information about the victim. Has the offender followed you, watched you, shown up unexpectedly, gone through your mail or trash?
Nope. BJ, none of those. You would say, nope, never happened to me.
Sought information about you from friends, family, or other acquaintances?
You like
Familiar? I don't know, like pulling somebody's ex up.
You don't get to even say that because you did that to Clue way before anybody dug into your family. Carry on.
Telling everybody to reach out to him.
You did that trying to link Clue and her ex to Chris Proudfoot.
Digging up people that you lived with.
Send me all the information you have on Lori, Katie Proudfoot's friend that was just visiting. Do you remember that, BJ? Because I've got your words asking people to send you everything they knew on Lori, the parent of a missing child's friend.
Over 15 years ago.
Who did that? You've never shown proof. I don't even know who these people are that you're talking about.
They're still going around with an account with those people's names. People who are deceased.
How are we supposed to know who these people are if she doesn't tell us? We have no idea who these people are that people are running around with accounts of. I have no idea. And I would block.
How is that not stalking?
But she hasn't said.
Or how about Lauren? They went through her phone, right? Looked up.
She gave her workers, who was a contract worker at the time, her password, and they got into her YouTube studio and saw her revenue. Okay.
How much money she made.
Yep. Shit.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Hey, Kathy P, how are you? How are you doing?
Communicated with you in ways that seemed obsessive or made you concerned for your safety. Accessed your accounts, for example, social media, online finances. Planted a camera, GPS tracker, or other devices on your vehicle in your home.
Hello.
Used tracking software on your phone, tablet, or computer to track you. Monitored your online.
Oh, BJ, you got nothing there? Your buddy over there that you linked up with in the beginning used to proudly put trackers on emails.
And activity.
Veda Jade, the other Brittany Nicole, that's a fucking problem.
That's the surveillance portion.
Everywhere I go.
Where you go what?
I was in Sinners the other day.
Oh, online. Everywhere I go. Online. Oh no, not a public chat that people are in and see my fucking shenanigans.
Certain someone took screenshots of every comment I made.
Welcome to the fucking internet. Your people do the same to us.
Life invasion has the offender repeatedly initiated.
Like I said before, for any of you that don't know, BJ is the exact same, if not worse, than Lauren. She's just less polished. She has attempted to get 4 different orders of protection. One on Granny, Granny and Barbecue is in one. That was in Pennsylvania, end of March. That was denied. They filed for an emergency order of protection. The judge denied it. She claims that it never even happened. Yeah, the court docs are right fucking here. Right here. I mean, I don't know how she... Right here. But she lies about it and says it never happened. And then she just attempted one on 2 creators, Clue and Cletus, and they were dismissed with prejudice.
And when in contact with you, sent gifts to you.
However, it cost them thousands of dollars to hire representation, and they had never even been to her state.
You left objects, tried to initiate contact with you through third parties, spread rumors about you, humiliated or tried to humiliate you in public, impersonated you online.
She also doesn't leave her home, so nobody's following her.
Going live and talking about somebody constantly. Talking about their body part.
Kind of like you saying my nose looks like a dick.
Talking about their weight.
Or my jowls.
Talking about their lifestyle.
Or my gender.
Presenting them in a way that...
Or your other half saying that Kyle doesn't come home at night. Shut the fuck up, BJ. You and your other half and your panel do this all the time. I don't want to hear any fucking crybaby shit from you. You give as good as you get.
Is the worst possible way that you could present somebody? Is that not public humiliation?
You humiliate yourself.
Sent people to bother you?
Who bothered you? Who was sent to bother you?
I mean, hey, country guy.
Hacked your accounts, harassed friends, family members, or other third parties, sent photos of themselves or of you in locations that you frequent.
I could not believe she was trying to do this.
Harass friends and family members? Can we say that one applies?
To who? To who?
Of course.
Craig couldn't even have a Twitter account or a TikTok.
He still has a TikTok and he still posts on there. And he's actually, you just dropped his links for people to follow you. Following people on public social media accounts, especially when they are promoting them, is not stalking and harassing them. Sorry, cry again. You sound like somebody else I know that's delusional and thinks that commentating on their public stuff is stalking.
They made fake screenshots to make him look like he's cheating on me.
Where did that go? Who did that? Because what I saw, they weren't fake. He was reaching out to people and got busted.
Every time he go live, they're over there in his chat trying to cause problems. Every friend I have.
The only reason why he has a following is because of hate watchers, because he is crazy.
All of my moderators, same thing.
Your moderators get involved in the crazy shit and you put them in C&Ds and legal documents and other shit, litigation chats. Your mods, again, aren't innocent.
Following them around.
Following them around. Oh my God.
Invade your property, like letting themselves into your home or vehicle. Shown up at places you frequent, for example, your gym, child's daycare, grocery store. Now, those two are surveillance and life invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Intimidation. Context is critical in stalking cases. Many behaviors are intimidating when considered within the totality of stalking behaviors and with the victim and offender's relationship and history in mind. Has the offender threatened you explicitly or implicitly, in person or online? Threatened family, friends, pets, or others that you care about? Threatened to
all of the above.
D. All of the above.
All of the above.
Mm-hmm. D. Meanwhile, she doesn't have proof of any of that. Where'd you go? Come on. Come back to us. Tell us lies.
I don't know, but I'm going to tell y'all right now. If she's talking about pot meets kettle, that Pookie person, no, pot don't meet kettle. You ain't never seen me do these kind of things to people online.
Oh, yes, we have.
Or offline.
Yes, we have. We've seen you weaponize the court against Granny for over a year now. We've seen you use lawfare just like Lauren was attempting to do against Granny. Then it escalated and you continued on and went after Clue and Cletus.
Nope.
Sure did.
I'm not over here harassing family members, sending people to their channel,
we don't send people to your chat.
People to bother them, digging into their whole history, looking up people, trying to contact them. No, sir.
Yeah, we've said some things that weren't very nice about people, but we don't go real life.
Shut up. Reality.
No, we don't.
Oh my God.
information about you unless you perform. Oh, that's the sextortion one.
Right.
So engaged in
Price BJ didn't say yes to that one.
in symbolic violence,
She's a
like
sex
crushed
symbol.
soda can or burnt doll that you perceived as a threat. Threatened to or actually harm themselves. Done anything that has intimidated, frightened, or alarmed you. And each sentence is a different,
we're almost done
thing that,
Mhm.
which is part of intimidation. It's not all of them together. Each one is part of that. And then the last one is interference. Has the offender significantly and directly interfered with your life, damaged your property or stolen from you, disrupted your professional and or social life?
Here we go.
Disrupted professional and social life.
Ma'am, you never had a professional. You've never had a job. I think you've had one job that lasted like a weekend in your entire 38 years of existence. You have no professional standing. You tried that. You tried to claim that Granny and Barbecue hired your professional relationships with others. Nope, you did that to yourself.
What would y'all say?
In social life, the only life that exists for you is YouTube. Outside of that, you don't leave your home unless it's to go to the drive-thru to pick up food or the grocery store. Your own words.
I'm not even going to answer it.
You're too afraid of the outside world and people. It's too worldly out there for you.
Would y'all say that my personal and professional life's been disrupted?
Nope. Not by the internet, by your own actions and behavior, potentially, but you ruined any of those relationships. You've never had professional relationships.
Yep. 100%.
She would shit if I came out here and told her one of these days who I got a job offer from.
For the love of God.
I got asked to come on as a research person for somebody.
Cause you to have a serious
I don't have time.
Accident, meddled in online accounts, social media, finances, etc. Posed as you and created harm. Forcibly kept you from leaving or held you against your will. Assaulted you while stalking, harassing, or threatening you. Assaulted your friends, family, or pets, or seriously attacked you in other ways. Shared with others and or posted online private photos of you and or information about you. And I have a quote from a stalking survivor that says,
She's never had a job.
It's not easy to describe the fear you have when you see the stalker or signs of the stalker everywhere you go. I have given up all hopes of ever having a safe life. End quote.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
That is so sad. Well, and Stacy, are there any other parts of this stalking information that you have that you would like to discuss? Because that's pretty comprehensive. I like that. That and, you don't have to have all of those in your stalking, what's happening to you stalking wise, But again, Lauren had most of those, if not all. So it's
Straight up. We're
gonna go forward. We're almost done.
I don't want to be like that at all. But they have sat here and told people that I've lied about my where the fundraiser money went to my attorney. Y'all, it would take a fool. It would take a fool to pocket money like that when they're being watched like I'm being watched. Do you know how stupid I'd have to be?
You know how stupid you are trying to convince your subs that you paid $8,000 for 3 Sandys and that they're not going to have some sort of questions about this?
I know how close those people are watching me. You think I'd be dumb enough? And plus, not only that, I wouldn't do that to my subscribers. Why would I burn my bridge like that?
Oh.
I paid my attorney $8,000.
And what did he do for you?
I did not get 1 red cent of what was collected. Actually, a little over that because we ended up having to pay for
some of it, yeah.
Some other services. Like it's ridiculous, me.
Like the $200 for postage.
Yeah. It's absolutely ridiculous.
What are these?
You should ask Lolly if you could show her stuff, and then they know the truth. The pocket point over there. That's what they're doing. I'm saying. Forgive me, the hypocrisy and the double standards really pissed me off. Y'all were over here worrying about a measly little $8,000.
A measly little $8,000. A measly little $8,000. Is $8,000 measly to any of you? Put a 1 in the chat if $8,000 is measly. I mean, if you have money like that, okay, you can whatever. But that's not a little amount of money for most people, especially in the current economy.
That went directly to my attorney.
For what? 3 failed C&Ds.
And
I say they're failed because they were terribly written. And today's the last day for her to respond to Granny. She sent a C&D to somebody she's already in litigation with.
The more I show, the more y'all are demanding to know where the money's at. And it's like, hello? Y'all don't care about the truth. Because if you did, you would see that I'm telling you the truth and you would move the fuck on.
$8,000.
And my whole point is, if y'all really are...
$8,000 is some people that live on fixed income, like Social Security. That's a third, a half of what they make in an entire fucking year.
Worried about scamming and fraudulent behavior, you need to actually go where it's happening.
Oh, she got way more than 8,000.
Yeah, demand it from them.
But no, we're gonna let that happen. We're gonna let the fraud go and go after the one who's actually being honest and hasn't scammed the community. I
Scammed what community? You scammed your own community.
I mean, it beats all I've ever heard and seen.
Oh my God.
I mean, seriously, if I share my statement, my bank statement, then what are they going to say?
I'm still not going to believe you.
No.
No, because your attorney has shown no action.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Hold on.
How long? That's what Craig's singing. Hey, you just burped, you sicko. Gross. You burped in my face, Hank. You burped in my face. You want to say hi?
Nope. I got a question too regarding my mods. Do you think my mods are just going to lie for me like that?
Say hi.
Nope. Nope.
Like, what?
Nope.
You think Kelsey, Shayna, and every other mod is just going to be like, yeah,
did you guys hear him burp? That was gross.
You know, she
and he leaned in to do it.
Spent the money on the attorney,
Puppies.
and they're just going to go with that and lie and they're not even getting a damn thing.
What you doing, Puddin'?
So what the hell would
What the hell?
Don't be talking about dads and nipples, okay? Puddin'.
They benefit doing that? You think that they have seen it? They seen where the money went.
They seen it. They seen where it went. Looky here.
They're not going to sit there and stand 10 toes down for something that's not true.
Why would they have to stand? Do you sit on your ass all the time?
Do you think that whole group of ladies is just going with a lie?
Yeah.
Like, be lying.
Has anybody seen Kelsey around lately? I haven't even seen Kelsey around lately.
Logical.
We've watched him lie on your behalf for almost 2 years now.
Or what about the email I showed that had my attorney's name and his business? I proved it was his email. Is that not real? I mean, is he lying for me too? People are still emailing my attorney telling him that I'm using his name fraudulently. They still don't believe he's my attorney.
Oh no, we believe Rancher Harris is.
Somebody reached out to my attorney the other day and told him,
this is her baiting again. Please do not take the bait and reach out to her attorney. She is baiting for victimhood again.
That I'm a girl on YouTube using his name and telling everybody that he's my attorney. Like I'm fraudulently using his
Buddha girl. That's
name.
Look.
Sure.
I mean, she supports the real.
They took care of it.
Hank, quit. I'm sick of getting timed out. Well, you're still here, Holly.
I don't know if he can say, what he can and cannot say back.
No, but you can answer. Tell them, yes, I am her attorney. And
that's what I'm saying.
Have a great day. They know how to be cordial.
Did he respond to Granny's response? Did he respond? What has he done? What has he done for? Has anybody seen Sister Act on Netflix? I've watched it way too many times already.
Oh, he said a slew of them. Like they're constantly hitting him up.
Okay.
I mean, these people don't stop.
That's what's wrong with the world. It's wrong with society.
Oh, really?
It is. It is absolutely what's wrong with the world.
Shit, I forgot to tell you guys. Guess what? Oh man, we have to do a whole other segment on that. I don't have time today to do this. I need to go cook dinner in a few. But guess who's, y'all? My friend is back. I forgot about her until I decided to go look the other day, and I'm like, oh my goodness. Hold on, let me find her channel again. I'll let you play this.
I mean,
I forgot to tell you
20
guys.
years ago, you wouldn't be dealing with this because there was no internet. Well, probably a little bit longer than that.
Oh my
'cause there was
God.
no internet and cell phone.
well, time and time again too. Like we keep showing, definitions. What's constituted as stalking or harassment, and once again, like we show people fit the bill. This. I mean,
That's why law enforcement doesn't even believe you. You've contacted them 1,000 times and they told you didn't have enough proof. That's why nobody's gotten criminal charges. That's why you showed up late for court. Yeah. The thing is your definitions and your statements and what you lie about doesn't fit the bill.
I mean, every single thing checks off.
Right.
Everything.
And it's like,
It's entitlement, yes. I mean,
Halo Mac.
Everybody doesn't like the word narcissistic, but that seems to be more prevalent.
Right. I hate that word, but I mean, it's, yeah.
But you see it day in and day out.
Yeah, you do.
You can't turn a blind eye to that fact. I mean,
oh, shut up, reality. Okay. Here's a little fun. Look at that. Look at this picture. Look at me. Look at me. A liar or liar is a person who makes false statements they know to be untrue, most often to deceive someone. This is my friend 5D. In contrast to a truth teller, a liar's communication style may involve fewer details, inconsistent speech patterns, an attempt to convince the listener rather than convey information. The term lying teller is not standard. The more common term is simply a liar. There's me with a witch hat on. Look at, I got green hair too. And then look at me and Kyle. Look at us. I got a fan. 5D loves me. 5D. And this was only 10 days ago. 5D has not forgotten about us. You guys, I died. Watch this though. She's just going and going. Bullhorn Betty, 100% a credible channel. Look what she did here about Pig Fest and Crime Time Buzz. Chris and Katie, the Devil's Playbook exposed. She amped it up to libel, though. She doesn't only go for defamation on or in like videos and shorts. She goes for libel written. Oh, there's Deception Detective with the legit shirt. Too legit to quit. Look at our faces. There's Kathy B. Uh-oh. Let's see. We're back. We got Where's Waldo posts, you guys. We got some fun. Oh, there's her. She is something else, but I thought this one was great. Look at me. I look so enthused. And look at Kyle. What'd she do to Kyle? She gave Kyle glass. Was Kyle? Oh, that might have been when he put the glasses on that day. Who knows? This woman is nutty. Look at her. Look at this. God bless Brittany J and her husband, Craig, their children, and their entire family and friends. There's a group of demonic people on these platforms constantly attacking, harassing, threatening, bullying, and inciting violence towards this innocent family who has not done shit to anyone at all. The hate channels made it their job every second, every minute, every hour, every day, 7 days a week, every month, and 365 of the year to try and discredit the hard work that this family puts in advocating for Sebastian and missing children. These evil demons have sent DCF workers to Brittany's house. They put out fabricated documents, text messages, emails, and a bunch of other things just to make it seem that it came from Brittany J and her husband. What? Where did that happen, 5D? And it's okay and normal when the demons start to go against innocent people who really care about Sebastian. They enjoy mocking God. And Jesus says he will not be mocked. The vengeance is mine, says Jesus. What? 5D, are you okay? Okay, Hank, you can have your treat. Okay, go that way. Oh yeah. I mean, why has that guy got an axe? Why has he got a fucking axe at Craig's head? 5D, why you threaten Craig like that? Is that how he got his haircut? Was that axe? I was so excited to see she hasn't forgot about us. She loves us long time. Let's see. What else do we got here? There's all sorts of them. Oh, look it. We got an S. You got your S. You got your S. These are all the good people. This is Savannah. Look at she Googled and posted Bible verses for protection. Oh my God. Oh my God. This shit you can't make it up. Chris and Katie and Seth. Okay, now this is disgusting. It won't pull up. Why won't it pull up? This is Katie. You can, if you go to this page on your own, she AI'd Katie pregnant. I don't know why it won't pull up full screen. Yeah, she AI'd Katie as a pregnant woman. It's disgusting. This is the Green Team's clip channel. Oh, sexual content clue. I wonder where you're getting reported. The only people mad at you for speaking the truth are those living a lie. Yep, Betty lives a lie. Rolling the dice. Why are the blue pills? Is that Viagra? What is she doing? This is Sheriff Craddock. Jezebels. You Jezebels, you. I mean, this one. We got our orange. We got our orange suits. Jay, straight to jail. Me. Duchess, is that you next to me? Granny, Julie, Trisha, Rowena, Barbecue, PJ, Molly. Is that Southern? Karma. We got our jumpsuits, you guys. Moving on up. Nope, take JP back. She don't get to sit with us. Actually, take some of these back. Alabama Mama, Lynn, Lip Locked, UA, Michelle, Hartley. Oh my God, you can't make this shit up. This one is nuttier than nuts. Look at her. Brittany J, Granny, and Chris. Like, look, who does this shit? Signs of a sociopath. Right here. That's it. Rowena, you made it. Oh my gosh. And you can go look at this page on your device. And I don't know why mine won't pull them up full screen. I don't know what it's doing. Yeah, it won't. Dang it. 5D missed us, though. So there's that. I mean, we got our orange jumpsuits. Straight to jail. I love her Where's Waldo pictures, though. She always makes me look like a fucking egg. She makes me look like... I guess I need to post more egg images. I created and refaced myself as an egg, like a dozen eggs, a carton of eggs. Kyle and I turned into eggs. Rowena, straight to jail. As Francisco, when I first started coming on here, I trolled like all out front. I made these images and took Molly, Justin, Mallory, me. I don't remember who else was in it. Maybe Betty. And I took everybody from the backside. So all you saw was their backsides and said one of these things is not like the other. And then I used like Kim Kardashian and myself in there when I was still anonymous. Yeah, I had fun. They put you in a straitjacket? Halen, love and light. It's good to see you. All right, you guys, I am out of here. I'm going to go feed dogs and get dinner. I know we're all being stalked. I couldn't help but laugh. Maybe we'll go through and look at some of that stuff. I got to do Ballard content. We need to do the whiteboard. There's just so much to get through right now, and I don't have enough time. Who's on? Who am I sending you to? I really want to do that Ballard stuff, though, but I want Kyle to have enough energy because he will be a hoot. He knows that rabbit hole like I do. He's the reason I got into that rabbit hole to begin with. Who is currently on? Let me go look. Anybody? Let's see. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, though. I thought that was really... I think these interviews that she did in the timeline here are concerning. Like, you can... To me, it feels like she did all of this very intently. Like, she was very... speaking of Lauren, she very much played out her agenda of collecting evidence or creating evidence. Peek at this crash out he is doing. Thank you, Shannon. Eggs under... That's really a good price, Tangled. Eggs are expensive. Well, price of groceries is going up. Who is on? Touche, thanks for being here. Thank you, Zoya. Does anybody know who's on? I'm not finding anybody. Burnt Toast is on in an hour. I might not seeing anybody. What is going on here? Clue's live. I'll send you guys to Clue. Got it. Sending you over to Clues. Give me 1 second. Burnt Toast will be on 5:30. All right. Shooting you over to Clues. And I will see you guys soon. Have a great rest of your evening. I will see you at Burnt Toast tonight for a little bit. Bye, y'all. Oh my gosh, Rowena, we should do a reaction sometime to 5D's posts. I just need to get them to pull up full screen because she's got videos of us in them too. Have a good night, Kathy P. I hope you and the kiddos are doing as well as possible. But we should have a... Oh my God, that woman is just nuts, I tell you. Okay, bye.